Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the session. So this forms part of a series of events we've been hosting with each of the social partners to NEDLAC and to the PCC, and this one being focused on the business community, but we've had one with faith, with local government, with a whole range of other stakeholders. Tomorrow we're meeting with the youth, which we're looking forward to. They're super organized. So the basic idea of these sessions is to keep them relatively informal. The idea is that the nationally determined contribution is a very important political moment in the sense that it represents two things: the kind of vision for where we want to go as a country, but also signaling international partners the kind of support that we might need. And so the DFFE, and Simpiwe will cover this more in a little bit more detail, the DFFE will be running a stakeholder engagement process as they write the NDC, and we as the PCC will be making recommendations to them and to the President, as is our mandate, on what we think should be in an NDC. And our kind of modus operandi as the PCC is to really do some research, develop a fact base, but then also consult with our stakeholders to understand different people's perspectives, and we will kind of amalgamate that all into a set of recommendations. So this is the first step in that process, really sharing with you what we are seeing in the evidence base. It's an appeal to you as a stakeholder group to share with us further information and further studies that you might have seen that you think will be relevant to the debate, and it'll be kind of clearer as we go along what that might look like. And then we will run a proper set of consultations early next year. So these are not formal consultations, so please interrupt us, ask questions. The idea is for us to have a bit of a dialogue. It is quite a content-heavy session, so we're going to have open up with Simpiwe just giving a little bit of background on the NDCs. Mandy will then talk about adaptation and what we're seeing in the science, and then I'll come back and talk a little bit about the mitigation options, and then Deepak will come in at the end and talk about means of implementation with a particular focus on climate finance. So this is kind of the plan for the day. Please feel free to interrupt and ask questions, and hopefully it'll be a good discussion. Any questions at this point? Does that kind of make sense? It's a test. See if you're going to interact later on. Okay, cool. I didn't introduce myself, so my name's Steve. I lead the mitigation team within the Presidential Climate Commission, looking forward to engaging with you all. So I'm going to hand over to Simpiwe, who will give us an introduction to the NDCs and a bit more about the process. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for this crucial discussion and capacity building session for the business sector. As Steve has said, my name is Simpiwe Ngwenya, and I am a senior manager in the mitigation team of the PCC. And my presentation today is really to provide an overview of the process, touch on the net zero, what is net zero, and what are the requirements for submitting an NDC. And before going into the presentation, so we are having, the presentation's not working. Okay, sure. Okay, as Steve has mentioned, this is a capacity building session, and the aim of the session is so that it's interactive. And one of the caveats, an important caveat, is that the slides are not the recommendations. We have not drafted the recommendations. We are still putting together the research as the PCC. We have done some preliminary research, and what we are doing today is presenting to you our preliminary research and our thinking thus far. And we would be happy for you to interact with us, but also share any studies that you may have with us. And we are having these capacity building sessions because some of the content can be very technical, and we are really hoping, the aim is that we are, in a position where we are capacitating stakeholders so that we can have a more in-depth understanding of some of the technical content to be able to have a meaningful conversation as we begin our consultations. Okay, so this is the agenda. We have, Steve has provided an overview of the agenda, so I'm going to go through that. We will end with lunch at the end of the day. Just letting everyone know that we'd like to break bread with you after this. So just going into the presentation and starting, the PCC was very influential in providing, played a very key role in the update of the NDCs that were submitted in 2021. So these were the target ranges submitted for the years 2025 and 2030. And we will also provide recommendations for the 2035 update. What is important here is that in the initial, when we played this role in the period leading up to 2021. We commissioned existing research, similarly to what we did now, commissioning additional research, conducting research, as well as collating the research of others, including research by the National Business Initiative, and hosting and convening a series of public dialogues to really forge consensus and have a debate and discussion about what an ideal NDC target range would be for the country. And this was all done with the aim of providing input to the DFFE process, the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Environmental process. And again, just to stress that it is the DFFE who are responsible for updating the NDC and tabling it at COP. And what the PCC is doing, similarly to the previous process, we're providing support to this process, but we will make recommendations into the DFFE process. And with this process, the NDC must cover three critical components. It must cover the component of adaptation, which is really important because, climate risks are being felt both locally and internationally, the mitigation component, as well as the means of implementation. So the topic and conversation of NDCs is often skewed to the mitigation target range. But when we are having this conversation and compiling our recommendations of the NDCs, we will focus on adaptation, mitigation, and how we actually implement the adaptation, response, and mitigation measures. Yeah. And so this is the process that we will be following. It's kind of structured in like a 4-phase process. Some of the processes overlap. We're currently in our first phase and second phase of our NDC process, the Presidential Climate Commission. We will be compiling documents that would be circulated to all stakeholders, so that these are used as information and information for stakeholders to capacitate themselves in addition to these sessions, so post these sessions. And we're sharing our preliminary results, as I've said to yourselves. And so the second phase, Steve has mentioned that we are in the process of really doing capacity building sessions with all the social partners of the PCC. We have one more session with the youth stakeholders tomorrow. The next phase takes place next year, from between January and March. And this phase is a stakeholder engagement process or consultation process and communications process. And this aim of the process is now for us to really, get your feedback and input as to what should be contained in the NDC, considering the three components of the NDCs, and as well as also engaging. In this process, the third process, we will also engage, with our political partners and leaders as well. To just, it's important that they are brought on board with regards to discussions like this on content like this. The last phase is the recommendations, drafting, and post-consultation process. So the PCC, generally will produce, when we have, recommendations of this nature, we produce 3 documents. It's a longer technical report, so that's very detailed. We also have a commissioner recommendations report, as well as a stakeholder perspectives report, where all the views of the stakeholders are actually encapsulated within that report and incorporated in there. And so that's just to let you know that, as we do these capacity sessions, consultations, your views are being documented and are being incorporated in the process and would be then submitted to the Minister of the DFFE as recommendations and input from the PCC. And then so our process is designed such that, supports and is in lockstep with the DFFE process. So the DFFE process is thus far envisioned to begin post-March or April next year. And so their consultations on the NDCs would be more regional, whereas ours is focused on the stakeholder, on each stakeholder or social partner group. So that's the process of the NDCs. I hope I've covered it. I've tried to sum it up so that everyone follows with us. Okay, so this particular slide is a quick refresh about net zero. What do we mean by net zero? And, what are we, I think there are people trying to get in. You can come in, please. Sure, let's just let them come in. Okay, so this particular slide is really just, just a process. What is net zero? What do we mean by net zero? Just refreshing it so that before we go into some of the more technical conversations, we have provided an overview of net zero, which is really removing anthropogenic or man-made emissions from the atmosphere. So basically, from the UNFCCC, United Framework Convention on Climate Change report, it says that in order for, if we want to achieve or avoid a 1.5, excuse me, okay. The target we need to achieve to reach net zero by 2050 is for us to aim for limiting temperature increases to 1.5. And that would then give us a 66% chance of avoiding a 1.5 degree temperature increase. So there was quite a lot of research that was done into this in terms of the most ideal pathway that would ensure reducing climate risks as well as sustainability of life on Earth. So the target is a 1.5 degree pathway, and there's a 1.5 degree temperature increase. And then so this graph is showing us the pathways, the ideal pathway, and where the concept of net zero comes from. So the small gray lines are lines taken from integrated assessment models, from scientists from the UNFCCC. These integrated assessment models not only consider the environmental impacts, but also have, would then integrate the economic growth element and impacts of climate in itself. So the scientists do various model runs. So each of these little gray lines are model runs with various assumptions, all trying to understand basically how we can reach net zero at an idealized or an ideal pathway. But what most of these graphs have in common is that most of them reach net zero around 2050. So that's kind of where the net zero concept comes from, is that from this modeling and these various model runs, the net zero pathway happens around 2050. So on the x-axis is your billion tons of CO2 per year, and on the y-axis are the annum. So that's where the 2050, I don't have a pointer there. That's where the 2050 comes from the aggregate model runs. It's an average, okay? So from the graph, then there's a negative element. So as we reach and approach net zero, we will have to remove some emissions from the atmosphere to ensure, especially those anthropogenic emissions. And so we remove emissions from the atmosphere through biological measures or through physical technical measures or technologies such as carbon capture and storage. And then so we as a country, when we do our planning in terms of our mitigation pathways, we have to think about technology maturity and the cost of reducing emissions. So if we are looking at, for example, the line that is P4, the pathway 4, that line goes into a negative 20, right? Negative 20 billion tons CO2. That means we would need to remove a lot of carbon emissions from the atmosphere. So we'd have to be reliant on technology innovation to be able to do this, whereas the pathway of P1 has less removal of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So these are the factors that we need to consider in terms of, the pathway that we are thinking about as a country. This graph focuses only on carbon dioxide emissions, but there are other greenhouse gas emissions, and you'll note that on the right there, it refers to greenhouse gas emissions such as nitrous oxide, as well as methane, that are also just really critical and potent in terms of their contribution to global warming potential in the atmosphere. So the aim, yes, please go ahead. Can you introduce yourself and then use the mic when you're asking a question and where you're from?
Good morning. I'm Lisa Pierce from Prometheum Carbon. I didn't hear whether you mentioned which climate models are being portrayed here, which specific scenarios. First question. And then second question, you mentioned around technology readiness. And I'm interested to know if the PCC is looking at how technology readiness is actually determined. Okay, so
the element of technology readiness speaks to, I guess, the decarbonization pathway that we choose to embark on as a country, but also the pace with which we decide to move. And currently, so from the work that we've done as the PCC mitigation team, we've done quite a lot of work in the power sector because power is a significant contributor to the atmosphere, but also because some of the technology to reduce those emissions and reduce the carbon intensity of the grid is available, and it is constantly being improved. So we've made recommendations around an ideal a low carbon electricity mix leading up to 2030. So yeah, Steve, could you add in terms of the integrated assessment models? So my colleagues actually are the modelers and they do some of the technical work.
Yeah, so maybe just to kind of give a background on these charts. So in the IPCC kind of hierarchy, they have these things called representative concentration pathways, which are how they attach the concentration of CO2 to the temperature change, right? Then they have these things called SSPs, shared social pathways, getting a thumbs up, that kind of describe the policy responses and the mix of policies and measures and technology readiness and all of these things that allow you to meet different concentration pathways. Does that make sense? So obviously there's a policy response built in to what your emissions profile is going to look like. Then they do what they call emissions pathways, and those are these. And they have a whole suite of integrated assessment models that they run scenarios through. If you make different policy measures, what does that do to the concentration of CO2? And it kind of closes the loop. So there's a suite of integrated assessment models that are run by different entities that produce each one of these gray lines. And each of them are slightly different in their construction and they make slightly different assumptions. But on aggregate, there's two things that we like to kind of just take from this chart. One is the net zero date is roughly 2050. It's not like has to be 2050, but it's hard to communicate with people if you say, oh, the target is somewhere between 2045 and 2065, depending on the assumptions you make and the model that you use. And do you know what I mean? So there's a communications element saying net zero by 2050. And then the other thing is the shape of the curve. So there's this quite immediate drop off. And that's consistent across all the models. If we want to meet our net zero 1.5 degree goals, you have to have this immediate and drastic reduction. And we'll talk a little bit more about that when I come back for the mitigation. Does it answer your question? And feel free to make a comment. You don't always have to ask questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. So just assuming that these graphs are the IPCC graphs.
Yes, this is taken out of the 1.5 degree special report. Yeah. There was a question there and then here.
Hi, I'm Belinda from Sustainable DNA. I wanted to ask, I read somewhere that we are already beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius. So, I get where this is coming from. The modeling based originally was 1.5 degrees Celsius. just a comment. And then I wanted to ask the question, did you take into consideration the pathways developed per sector by the NBI?
Yes, is the answer to that question. We'll come back and talk about that a lot when I come back. Just on the 1.5 thing, like if you imagine the temperature chart looks like this, right? So it's getting on average higher, but there's fluctuation in it. And so we are currently, so Francois Engelbrecht from WITS GCI kind of frames it like that, we are living in an experimental phase of what it's like to be above 1.5, right? For the past 12 months or so, global average has been above 1.5. It's not going to stay there. So when people say we've breached 1.5, it's not permanent, because that chart's going to come back down again, right? But it does point to the fact that on average, it's getting higher and higher, and we will eventually breach it permanently. But for now, it's temporary. But if you see what's happened in the last 12 months, floods, droughts, fires, all over the world, this is the taste of what it's going to be like. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, cool. And please feel free to educate us. So if you want to make a comment, don't feel free. You need to be polite and frame it as a question. Just tell us. Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask in terms of the pathway P1 up to P4, if, for example, have we landed on one as a country that take the integrated models in terms of what is your RCPs, which one are we likely to actually meet, and as well as the SSP, which one maybe will be really something that we know that in the future is something that could actually be a reality? Have we landed on that mixture?
We have not, and that is what the international fight is about. So if you think about, can I steal the laser pointer quick? So the point that Simpiwe was making, so this idea of no or limited overshoot. The way you could think about solving this problem is I'm going to emit more now, these gray areas, right? And then I'm going to use technology that doesn't exist yet in any commercially viable way to take CO2 out of the atmosphere later. Right? That's one way of thinking about it. The other way of thinking about it is I'm going to try to limit that as much as I can because there's risk in it. Right? So one of the ways to think about this journey is how are we accumulating risk? Right? We already only have a 66% chance of avoiding 1.5 if we stick to net zero by 2050. Right? And then we're going to say, well, okay, I'm going to get to net zero by 2050, but I'm going to emit more now, which means I'm going to be relying on these untested technologies or these nascent technologies. I mean, they exist, but they're just not commercially viable. In order to take the carbon out of the atmosphere later, I'm accumulating more risk. Does that make sense? So when we, at least at the UNFCCC level, what they try to say is, we should be doing our absolute best to stick to these profiles that have limited negative emissions and therefore limited overshoot. So to the question about 1.5 degrees, in all of these scenarios, and there's actually a very cool tool that you can use online to go through each of the scenarios. You can group them and see what they show, which we can share with you. I want to say it's run by Climate Action Tracker, but don't quote me, he says on camera. So what they're basically saying is try to stick to these pathways because they're lower risk. Right? If we get the emissions out of the system now, we don't overshoot, we don't go over 1.5 degrees. These ones go over 1.5 degrees for decades. And then only then do they sort of come back down. So that's the key issue. So this sentence is important. So it limits global warming to 1.5 degrees with no or limited overshoot. Does that make sense? It's a complicated chart, but there's so much information in it. But as I say, we'll share with you the link that you can basically filter this chart. You can say, only show me the ones that have no overshoot, or show me the ones that are 4 degrees. Some of these ones go to 4 degrees, which is scary. Go ahead. I encourage you guys to ask too many questions.
I just wanted to ask, she asked my question earlier on, but these pathways, do they take into consideration, the political changes that's happening in the world? as you may be aware, with the new presidency in the US, some things are not going to be a priority. The Trump presidency will probably focus on carbon capture and technology as a solution. So do these pathways take into consideration that we might be at war next week, or that the new, Trump presidency might decide this is not a priority and those kind of things?
Yeah, it's a great question. It goes back to the second half of your question that I didn't answer, is what is the likelihood, right? Currently, we are on these kinds of pathways, right? We are heading towards somewhere between 2.1 and 2.8 degrees if we deliver on all of the NDCs that have been made globally. So the kinds of things you're raising suggest that the US will not meet the NDCs, right? Which will have two impacts. Either other countries will say, well, if they're not doing it, I'm not doing it. But then you're accumulating risk, right? And Mandy's going to talk about that. Then you accumulate the risk of runaway climate change, which is hectic. Like, it's really bad. Or we can say, actually, we need to double down. We need to be more ambitious so that we can offset the kind of risk that we accumulate through sort of slower policy implementation. But on the likelihood side, if we look at all of these things, we're probably headed for 2.5 degrees, right? As things stand. But hopefully they'll change. But that's kind of what the UN negotiations are about every year. Is two things. How do we allocate action? What do we have to do? And then that bigger, more complicated issue, which we're going to spend a lot of time talking about today, how do we formulate a just and fair response? Who is responsible for what? And the thought that you were all sitting with is we are a developing country, we should be able to respond slower, right? Some of you might be thinking we should be able to increase our emissions, right? And that is what, when I come back, we'll debate at length. But the question that we need to answer in the NDC is, what do we think as a society is our fair response, right? What share of the responsibility do we have for staying below 1.5 degrees? And it is complicated, like exceptionally complicated by your question. What does that mean if we know someone else is not going to take their fair share responsibility? What do we do then? And we don't have the answers, so we're going to be relying on you. Okay. Thanks.
Are there no questions online? No.
You getting anything online? No.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. So moving on to the next slide. So this slide is really speaking about the different pace of decarbonization for the different sectors. And so what we are seeing here is that the electricity or energy sector will decarbonize much quicker compared to the other sectors. So, and then followed by transport. But from the discussion that we had on Wednesday with local government, it is important to note that whilst these sectors are decarbonizing at different sectors, it will require an integrated approach in terms of decarbonizing the sectors, but also just how we plan. We plan for decarbonizing each of these sectors. And so yes, that's the main aim of the slide, to really indicate that the pace and scale of decarbonization really differs per sector and also is dependent on technology availability and maturity. I think in my first, I did touch on the power sector, but also the transport and industry would then be, another sector that is really critical for reducing global greenhouse gas emissions and local greenhouse gas emissions. Okay. So the next slide is an overview of what a nationally determined contribution is, and just locating it within the international and local legislation landscape. What is key to the slide is to note that the NDC, or our mitigation efforts globally, shifted from a top-down regulated approach where only a few countries were actually signatories or party to the Kyoto Protocol in 1993, and to a more more voluntary bottom-up approach at COP21 in Paris. And the difference between these two approaches is that with the voluntary approach, then all the countries and everyone could get involved, but also indicating how they could reduce their emissions considering their national circumstances. But also what is critical to this is that it would need to be aligned with science and contribute towards reducing global greenhouse gas emissions to well below 2 degrees Celsius and pursue a 1.5 degree pathway. So the thinking really shifted from regulations top down to bottom up approach, and with more countries now contributing towards reducing global greenhouse gas emissions. And we tabled our nationally determined contributions at COP21. And currently, when we submit our nationally determined contributions, we submit together with the low emissions development strategy, which is the economic strategy or plans on how we would meet the nationally determined contributions. And last year at COP28, the results of the global stocktake were presented because there was a review of the current NDC commitments and just an assessment of whether or not they would take us on track of reducing temperature, greenhouse gas emissions to levels that would limit temperature increase. And Steve has touched on this in that so from the global stocktake, one of the findings was that through the existing nationally determined contributions submitted by the countries that are party to the Paris, we've avoided a 4-degree temperature, a potential 4 degrees temperature increase. However, based on the current NDC commitments, we are still on a pathway to reach a 2.1 to 2.8 temperature increase. So that's about four temperatures, between 4 and 6 temperature increases for South Africa because of where we're located geographically. And what the recommendations from from COP28 at the UAE were that countries would need to be more ambitious in their next round of NDCs and pursue a 1.5 degree pathway. And as I said in the beginning, the next round of NDCs that we are currently updating for the period of 2035 would then be tabled and submitted at COP30. Okay, so this is the local context and what enables, the nationally determined contributions locally. We've got a Climate Change Act that was recently promulgated by governments. The Climate Change Act is rooted in policies such as the National Development Plan and the Environmental Management Act and others. And the Climate Change Act, in addition to legislating the PCC as a legal entity, it also enables the mitigation system, which is really critical for the nationally determined contributions greenhouse gas emissions targets. So this part of the presentation is leaning towards, just maybe to mention this, towards the mitigation aspect. And as Mandy comes in and on the adaptation aspect, she'll provide some policy context on the adaptation side. And so the Climate Change Act really enables the mitigation system. It includes the emissions trajectory of the NDCs themselves, the greenhouse gas emissions inventory. But what is important to this are the sectoral emissions targets, the SETs, which are the targets that the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Environment allocates to the different sectors in terms of a carbon budget. So really, articulating what each sector would need, the carbon budgets for each sector for the periods from 2025 to 2030 that they would need to, operate within those bounds to ensure that we can meet the NDCs. So the SETs are the instruments that enable us to meet our NDCs locally. But the SETs are really accompanied or, supported by local policies such as the Integrated Resource Plan. But each sector is required to have policies that, enable the sectoral emissions targets. So examples of the green transport strategy is one that I could raise. Yes, Steve.
I can hear Commissioner Sharmini Harrington in the back of my head. Just on the issue of carbon budget, right? it's just from a terminology perspective, when we talk about the carbon budget today, we are talking about a global and a national carbon budget. Carbon budget in the Climate Act is a company allocation. You guys know that very well. So just from don't be confused when we say carbon budget, we're not talking about that legislative carbon budget. We're talking about the broader concept of how you would allocate emissions across countries and sectors and countries mostly. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. Can I ask also about the carbon tax? I read about it and that the funds for that weren't actually being used for what they should be being used for. So how will the carbon tax impact on this, and how will the carbon taxes be used to fund helping our country get to the NDC that we reach?
So I'll pick up the carbon tax as a policy instrument a bit later as well, but we kind of see the carbon tax as a non-DFFE instrument that is supporting the implementation of the sets. If we price carbon right, it should enable us to meet those goals. The revenue issue, in my personal opinion, it's not a PCC opinion, is a red herring, right? Because the amount of money we will have to spend to transition our economy will way exceed the revenues of the carbon tax. So the idea that the carbon tax should be ring-fenced for technology funds, like it's a bit of a red herring. Treasury are never going to do it. They consider it bad tax practice. And so let's rather focus on the budget. What do we think should be in the overall budget? And that money will be more than the carbon tax, if that makes sense. But that is my personal opinion.
Thank you for
and
that.
I might have triggered people.
And then I'm sure you're probably going to discuss, other countries funding what we need to pay and how that funding will work.
Exactly.
Whether it comes in the form of us paying massive amounts of interest on a debt. But I'll be interested in that. Thank you.
Yeah. So when Deepak joins us a little bit later, he's not here now. He leads our climate finance team within the PCC, and he's going to talk about that in great detail.
Thank you very much. I just want to, policy is great and all, but I think my question is more about monitoring. How do we, particularly for example, in municipalities and government infrastructures, how do we ensure that our targets, our carbon targets, or whatever, are met within these infrastructures? What are we putting in place to ensure that there's proper monitoring in those environments? In private sector, it's easier. They can employ somebody who can be, managing and monitoring there. But in, for example, municipalities where priorities are completely different, how do we ensure that we are monitoring these targets and implementing accordingly?
Hello, can you hear me now? So I think it's a really great comment, because part of what we're looking for from you is recommendations, right? And so what I extract from that question is there's an opportunity for us in the NDC to say we will need to implement some kind of monitoring system, and that will require funding. Right? And so on one hand, it's a thing we need to do. On the other hand, it is a signal to international markets that we might need support on that. There is, however, already a monitoring and evaluation framework. So one of the things that the PCC does is we actually have a team that does monitoring and evaluation. And we just recently published a report called the State of Climate Action Report, which looks at how are we doing against the commitments that we have made. But there are also government processes around setting key performance indicators and monitoring and evaluation systems for government. There's a process that will need to happen in order for climate indicators to filter into those KPIs and so on. So that's also something that we as the PCC are working on, and that government are working on as a whole, but it's a good point. So we'll note that. 2 questions here and then 1 here. Sorry. We can run out of time.
Good morning. My name is Godwin Wonderful. I'm a national committee member for Substation 197. So, in align with monitoring, has the PPC had frameworks regarding ESG models for various sectors, particularly the finance sectors, because we can have as many ESG models as many people in the room, and that doesn't help us with climate finance. So, if you guys have had that, I would like a document on that, please. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's take all three questions quickly.
Thank you. I'm Nongululeko Sindane from Mariswe. We're a civil engineering company. My interest is related to the earlier question by the gentleman. Are there already developed, call it targets, frameworks for industries specifically now as we speak, or are we going to work towards it at a particular point in time? And then the second and shortest question relates to the Climate Change Act 22 of 2024, which seems to be only limited to the air pollution side of things. Is there another legislation to be expected soon to deal with the overall infrastructure, or are we just going to be focusing on carbon emissions? Thank you.
So you had a question?
Yeah, I think also my question is somehow close to the earlier one, because I wanted to find out in terms of the set targets that they are already there. I wanted to find out what tools are in place. What tools are in place to measure, those set targets for us to say, from different sectors as well, a set target on agriculture, industry, energy, whatsoever. What are tools in place? You said that there's already the MNE framework. Possibly, are those tools actually there in that framework, or is it something that is still going to be developed? The previous speaker has just alluded, I think mostly it's on, the tools that are already existing, to actually measure the air quality, the air quality. Seeing the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment also, they developed a system called Waste Management Information System, which was to assist all municipalities to measure, the amount of waste generated. And that system, I believe, it was funded, it was piloted, and then thereafter, it's just sitting at the CETAs. So even with the set targets and all these frameworks that are in place, in terms of sustainability, which I believe that's where we're lacking. We develop a system, then it's there, but there is no sustainability also in terms of after this is developed, who will be the custodian and who will run with it, their maintenance cost and all of those things. Thanks.
Yeah, so I guess I'm going to ask you to hold some of these questions because we're going to cover some of it as we go. The issue of monitoring and evaluation frameworks are difficult. They're hugely diverse, depends on what you're trying to measure and who's measuring them. And so there are all sorts of frameworks. So in the business space, as you say, there are countless different ESG frameworks. What we're focused on here is what are the climate constraints for which there is quite a lot of legislative protection. What does that mean for us as an economy? What are the things that we have to do? And so when the PCC are looking at that type of thing, that's what we're trying to measure. What do we have to do per sector, by when, in order to meet these kinds of climate targets and try to measure progress against that? We at the PCC are not going down to individual. Even the microphones are tired of hearing me talk. So I can't, we don't have the time to get into the level of like company specific guidance, but very happy to talk about that in the break. Quick question and then we must move on.
Yeah, just quick. I just want to make a comment. The SBTI, that offers a really good framework. Companies like to register with that, and it's based off the back of the GHG protocol accounting standards. So they're pretty set and they're pretty common throughout the world, and now we've got the JSE Sustainability and Climate Disclosure Guidance, and the IFRS S1 and S2. So I would imagine it would fit in with that. But yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to resist commenting on that. Let's talk about it during the break. But my personal view on this is it's very difficult to set a target independent of your country level context. And that's kind of the challenge with SBTI and the GHG protocol. And so what we need to think about here is what needs to happen at a national level to enable us to meet our business level targets. Okay, I'm going to hand back to you. Okay. I'll try not to interrupt again.
Okay. Are there no questions online? Okay, sure. All right, so this is the last slide from me. This is really just talking about the requirements for an NDC and what we need to consider when submitting or compiling our NDC as a country. One of the requirements that's listed in the Paris Agreement is that it has to be progressive than the previous NDC submission, and it must really, lead us to a trajectory that enables us to meet net zero by 2050. It must be aligned with the requirements of science, notably a 1.5 degree trajectory, and it must represent the country's best efforts. It must take into account our national circumstances as a country, and basically our common but differentiated responsibility and respective capabilities. So essentially what that is, it must consider the socio-economic environment of the country. It must consider the country's developmental needs. It must also consider that in this process, South Africa is a carbon-intense economy. It must consider some of the inequalities, inequalities and unemployment that we face as a country. So it must be inclusive. And I would then say, this is me, it must really be aligned with the principles of the just transition, the NDC that we submit. So essentially our NDC, what is important for us to consider is that it has to be scientifically credible, it must be internationally credible. Our economy is very trade intense, so it must enable us to continue both medium and long-term economic trade, and it must be locally credible. And locally credible is essentially considering those points that I mentioned. And the whole aim of our process is to really understand where the sweet spot is for the South African context, taking into account these three critical points that I mentioned in terms of the NDC, in terms of the NDC submission. So that is the process, and that is my presentation today. Are there any other questions?
There's a comment line from Adrian. He says, as a developing country, we should definitely have a balanced approach to energy technologies. We have experienced firsthand the devastating effects of power outages in South Africa. The energy transition is a process and should be approached as such. The gas cliff facing industry and industrialization should be factored into the journey. I don't know if you want to respond to that, Cynthia.
Okay, sure. I will try and respond to that. So as a country, and I think as the PCC, we are very technology agnostic as to how we think about the energy mix of the country. But what is important is that the energy, we consider a least cost approach to our energy mix. And, the gas cliff, has some risks associated with it, basically in terms of, I would say, the just transition elements and job losses. And, it's not something that we do not consider. Steve, I would like you to then come in and make additions.
Yeah, so we'll talk a little bit about this just now. When I come back on the mitigation section. But effectively what we face as a country is the decision on how do we allocate our carbon budget, national carbon budget, to maximize socioeconomic outputs, right? And they're trade-offs. And so So, I mean, it's a good comment, and we sort of largely agree with it, but we also just need to be driven by the evidence and what the evidence is telling us. And so we'll get into a bit more detail. The gas cliff is an urgent problem. It is going to impact lots of jobs. It is something we should be trying to solve. My personal view is we are too late. We will not get that infrastructure up in time, but we should try. Okay, so the next, thank you, Simpiwe. So Mandy will give us a view on the adaptation component of the NDC and some background on the climate science. Thanks, Mandy.
Thank you, Steve. So good morning, colleagues, and welcome. My name is Mandy Jayakudi, and I'm with the adaptation team at the PCC. So you will know that mitigation has taken the center stage for much of the climate discussions. But for a country like South Africa, who has, it's a climate change hotspot, and we have highly vulnerable regions, sectors, and communities. I think we are seeing the need for more focused and rapid advancements in adaptation responses. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be setting the scene for your input on the adaptation NDCs. And I'd like to reiterate, we're sitting here, there's a couple of things we want to do. We want to raise awareness, but also build our collective capacity. And thirdly, we want to gain perspectives, because we're seeing, as we engage with the different stakeholder groups, we get quite a lot of different perspectives, and this is going to add to a rich depth and breadth of knowledge as we put forward these recommendations to the DFFE. So when we look at climate change, I'd like to look at two definitions. I know, starting a presentation with definitions is a bit much, but it always sets a good context. The first one is, what is climate change? So basically what it is, it's a gradual shift in climatic conditions over a long period of time, which influences the change of weather, it influences, different global patterns. And, some of the things that you ask yourself is, we've seen, and science has shown us, that this kind of cyclic patterns of weather change does happen naturally and has happened for a number of years, over millions of years even. But why is it different now? So I think this will bring us to a very, very important point, and it keeps coming up, and we have to make that or build that bridge between carbon emissions in the atmosphere and how it affects temperature. So what we're finding is that because of human activity, we find there's more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And because there's more carbon dioxide, what this does is that it acts as a blanket in the atmosphere, and it causes heating. And the more carbon dioxide, the hotter it gets. So we're trying to reduce that carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. The second thing I would like to define is adaptation, which basically refers to a change in processes and practices and structures which moderate potential damage as we go forward, but also looks for opportunities at how we optimize on certain situations. A very interesting point, which, when you kind of prepare for presentations or when you're researching stuff, you gain more and more knowledge. And what we found through these engagements is, even as presenters, as we've gone through it, we learn different insights and we learn more as we go along. One of the things is that in science, organisms change to survive their environment. What we're doing is we're trying to change the environment to suit ourselves. Just something that we consider possible, not possible, it's just something, food for thought. So Simpiwe has given a very, very good description of the NDCs, where they come from. But I've included a quick summary in my presentation, and the reason being is that it just gives us a logical path to what I'm trying to describe. So the Paris Agreement in 2021 was where it started, and it was adopted in December. And for it to be ratified, two things needed to happen. So 55 countries needed to accept the agreement, but also the countries needed to account for at least 55% of emissions. So those were two things that needed to happen. So the countries that had intended to sign it, they produced something called intended national determined contributions, and that was the first NDC, as you call it. And what happened was in November of 2016, after meeting that dual threshold of 55 countries and 55%, the agreement came into play. So what happened was those NDCs now became, those INDCs now became NDCs. So prior to the Paris Agreement, so these NDCs, what they intended to do was to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, to build resilience to climate impacts, and also at that stage to contribute to limiting the global warming to below 2 degrees, which preferably was 1.5 degrees at that stage. So another thing about NDCs, they're updated every 5 years. So the next update for us is going to happen next year, and this is why we're in this engagement making recommendations to DFFE. These are country-specific, like Simpiwe described. So basically what it does, it looks at the national capabilities, the circumstances and the priorities, and these need to be kept in mind as we develop these NDCs. But also, it is a global, it's a politically backed commitment. And then further to this, there are something called a global stocktake, and the stocktake also happens every 5 years. But the last stocktake happened in 2023, which was last year in Dubai. Okay, so modeling, I beg your pardon, modeling is one of the key tools that we use to actually to predict GHG emissions, and in relation to heating, and we look at the impacts these kind of heating has on different things. In looking at impacts of global warming, so we will explore 3 things going forward. So we're going to look at temperature, we're going to look at soil moisture, and we look at precipitation, and also the gross domestic product as factors that can be affected by heating. So global warming significantly impacts surface temperatures, as you can see by the model. So this model, you will see this image, it illustrates the relationship between global warming levels, which is GWL, above pre-industrial levels, which is 1850 to 1900, and it gives projected hottest day temperature changes. So what does this mean? So they've chosen a period from 1850 to 1900, and the question is why? And the reason being is this period is before industrialization, but it's also, we've had good temperature and weather data for that period to be able to make it a baseline. Yeah. So the top portion of the figure shows the warming timeline beginning at 0, which is pre-industrial levels, and increasingly incrementally above that, 1850 to 1900, going all the way up to 4 degrees Celsius. So what we found is that for the period of 2011 to 2021, the global surface temperature was 1.1 degrees warmer than it was for 1850 to the 1900 period. So we can see as the different regions increase, and it starts to become increasingly worse as the temperature increases, as you would expect. At +3 degrees and 4 degrees, heating intensifies within some regions, and some, including South Africa, will start to see temperatures of close to 6 to 7 degrees warmer. This is significant. And certain regions, particularly in the semi-arid and mid-latitudes, are particularly vulnerable to this heating effect. And as global warming increases, the magnitude of heat extremes can increase disproportionately. Okay, so the next one we're going to look at is we're looking at soil moisture and precipitation. And looking at it's a similar kind of model. It looks at different temperatures and how it influences soil moisture as well as precipitation. What we're finding is that drying is projected across southern Europe, the Mediterranean, and parts of Africa. And the model predicts increased moisture in certain regions, but the increase is less significant. The soil changes are influenced by shifts in precipitation and also evaporation rates. If we then go into the wettest days, what we find there is that the precipitation is likely to increase globally, even in regions experiencing, the wettest days are likely to increase, even in regions where they are drying. So what this means is that when you're having a day where there's a lot of rainfall, there's expected to be significant more rainfall, even though over a long period, you're having less rain. Okay? So when we look at GDP, I think this one's quite interesting for the business people. I think in the room, this would be an interesting one. So this model basically looks at the global gross domestic product and the losses that could be potentially incurred due to the increased temperature changes. And it's projected that a 1-degree temperature increase can lead, in certain regions, can lead up to a 12-degree reduction in GDP. And this, so where we look, we placed within Middle East and Africa, and we're seeing that within 2 degrees and 2.6, even moving towards 3 degrees, where we've projected between 2.6 to 3. I think we might fall in that range. Worst case scenario, we're looking at GDP decreases up to 21% to 27%, which is quite significant. And when you ask yourself, how does this impact the GDP? How does the climate change? So what we're seeing losses through economic damage, through disruptions in extreme events, also in damages, sectoral vulnerabilities in the agricultural sector, for instance. In the motor sector, we're seeing it quite significantly in Nelson Mandela Bay, but also changes in behavior. What do we need now due to certain circumstances that we're experiencing, weather changes that we might not have needed previously? And finally, it's our ability to trade internationally, because we're finding that there's different sanctions that are happening due to, maybe high carbon economies. What does this mean for us going forward? So there was a question that had come through in the last meeting. They asked, in this particular model, why was the Middle East and Africa bundled together? And when we went back and had a look at it, basically they looked at it, there's similarities in the climate sensitivity for the regions. There's also geographic similarities, and also these regions are quite sensitive to economic challenges due to climate change. So that's why they've bundled it into those regions. So we come back to the SSP models, and this diagram underscores the link between the socio-economic decisions, emissions, and the climate impact, showing the urgency of action needed to avoid catastrophic events. So the modeling firstly looks at the impact of GHG emissions on temperature, and these are the representative concentration pathways. Again, looking at how GHG emissions impact temperature. And secondly, the shared economic pathways, the SSPs, depict how certain conditions, such as the state of policy, the population growth, economic development, will influence GHG emissions and by and large the temperature. So what policy environment, what population we have, all of that influences certain things that happen. And this has certain outputs in the economy, and these influence GHG emissions. Does that make sense? And that's the basis for the SSP models, which is the next slide. So these are the shared economic pathway scenarios. And you'll see that, what it does is that it builds scenarios around certain conditions. So under the first SSP1, it's called the sustainability model, and it's taking the green road. It goes all the way. SSP2 is the middle road, SSP3, the regional rivalry, SSP4, inequality, and SSP5, we are fossil fuel developed country, so we're fueled quite strongly by fossil fuels. And currently, the way we're heading, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, is the SSP3 scenario, which suggests increasing emissions by 2100. It's leading to temperature increases of 3.3 degrees to 5.7 degrees by the end of the century. We would hope to go towards the SSP2 model, but ideally SSP1, but currently we are not on track to achieve this. So I will pause there just for a second to take any questions, because I know there was quite a lot of interest in those SSP models. Can we take some questions? You can go ahead.
Thank you. You just told us that South Africa is currently on trajectory of the SSP3. in terms of understanding the socio-economic environment of South Africa and obviously trying to get to SSP1 as the ultimate target, what measures do you think should be put in place to be able to balance the unemployment rate, the reliance on fossil fuels, and all those things to be able to then say migrate towards SSP1 without damaging or killing the economy in the process?
I think that's a pretty complex question. I think what needs to be done is we need to take this modeling, and Steve, if we've done this already, please let me know. I think it's take these SSP models and then almost project one for South Africa to say where are we now and what we need to do to be able to get to that SSP one level. I think in some instances we have some kind of idea, whether that's feasible in terms of our balancing the our fossil fuel economy and the socioeconomic challenges that we're having in South Africa. That's a very difficult question. I think that balance needs to happen. But also South Africa really is a special case. And the reason being is because in some instances we're treated as a first world country, but we also have the most unequal societies in the world. So there's certain considerations that need to be taken into account for that. Do you want to add, Steve?
Yeah, just to add that these are global scenarios, right? And they're largely sort of temperature sensitive. And so if we don't, and the way that I think about this is if we don't change our global economic and emissions patterns, we will end up in this scenario. And let's look at the consequences of that scenario. It's policies focused on security, because you've got huge amounts of migration, you've got other issues, you've got barriers to international trade, you have high levels of inequality, you've got slow economic growth. These are not things we want. Right? And so it's more of an incentive to say, well, if we can get our act together and we can get into this SSP1, what's happening there? Policies focused on sustainable development, there's effective international cooperation, and there's reduced inequality within and across countries. That's kind of what we want out of the world. Where we'll get, who knows? Right? Currently, if you look at the global stocktake, we are heading in this direction, possibly this direction even. Right? And so that's just the way of framing it. Like, what do we want out of this? In terms of the South Africa economy, these are choices we will make. And we'll talk about this a lot more in the following session. But just to say that the science and the evidence can only take us so far. Right? Ultimately, it's a political choice that we will make. Right? And it may not be aligned exactly with the science because we're making other qualitative choices around poverty and inequality and so on. But we need as robust an approach as possible in order to make those decisions, right? We don't want to be guessing because then we head into these undesirable scenarios. So a question there and here and there. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, I've worked quite a bit with the banks, and it's really encouraging to see how they're changing some of their lending policies to cater for social inclusion, social development, and link that to renewable energy strategies. And we've got coal mining clients as well, and obviously it's a slow path to transition them across into different business areas. But I guess my question here is, I'm sure that you will be consulting with the banks as a major stakeholder group to get their studies and input into this.
Yep.
Is that okay?
We are serial consultants. We will consult with anyone. And there was one here and then one there. Did I miss one? Go ahead.
Thank you, Stephen Mendy. It's Piladi Muhlala from Sasol. My question is actually also just on the banks and money. That we understand in the context of adaptation, that to quantify the cost of adaptation in the future, taking this model into consideration. Do we have any idea of how much it's going to cost us, depending on whatever the integrated scenarios we actually choose, which maybe we think for our country is the best, and then to just have that national cost, not even talking about sectoral cost, or even business costs to adaptation, because I think at the end of the day is to actually understand if we do something, we put some adaptation strategies in place now, we can avoid this much cost in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Noma Kukumvelase. I'm from the Middleburg Chamber of Commerce. So, in Mpumalanga, sorry, if I may just ask you to run, you spoke about how does climate change impact production or the GDP? Can you just run those points again? And then, secondly, my biggest concern is when it comes to emissions. I come from Mpumalanga. We've got over 12 power stations in the region. So, and a lot of mines, the impact that decarbonization will have on the job losses is yeah, as I'm sitting here, it's alarming me if you have to decommission all those power stations and to close down those mines. So when we look at the economy of the country as a third world country where we are also trying to meet the objective of government of creating jobs, where then does this put us? What other measures can we put in place in order to be able to create more jobs and also to retain the ones that we have? Thank you.
There was one more question and then we'll answer.
Okay.
Sorry, just circling back to the use of a model where it's taking into account the Middle East and Africa together. I think they're very vastly different regions in terms of economic output, economic structure, and even climate regions. Perhaps using a SADC model would paint a more accurate picture.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think answer as best you can. I think the economic questions let's hold until after the next section because we'll be talking about that in detail, if you don't mind.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll take your one on the, sorry, it was on the different GDP, how it influences the GDP, and it's not exhaustive. It's just, you know, certain ways that it could potentially impact the GDP. Sorry, I'm just trying to find, okay. So basically it's losses through economic disruptions, through extreme events, whether you have drought or whether you have flooding. That would be the first one. The second one is sectoral vulnerabilities. So what we're finding in certain areas, you know, your agricultural production, you're not getting enough rain in certain areas, you having less produce in those areas. And thirdly is your ability to trade. So particularly internationally, where you now have certain treaties or agreements that will certainly prohibit us from trading without being taxed as we go forward. Do you want to add to that one, Steve, while I move to the next one? You're good. Okay, your one that is correct. So what we try to do is, because we do try to do a lot of modeling, but what we're finding also is that the accessibility to modelers, that's one of the skills that you know, it's not very widely found. So what we try to do is we use models that are readily available, but also try to give it a perspective that we kind of understand it and it makes sense for us to use it. So maybe I should have contextualized that better before I use that model. But are you happy with that? Okay, great. The other one in terms of your number for what this investment will require, I think at PCC we're currently doing some work in that area. But as you can understand, it's quite complex. And the reason for that complexity is that you have certain regions, you've also got certain sectors in those regions, and you almost need to do a bottom-up approach to understand what is required in those regions and for the sector to be able to build that comprehensive one number. We are currently working on recommendations for just adaptation and resilience investment plan. And that will actually try to inform that, that process a little bit better. It is complex, but we work with what we have, and I think that these kind of conversations always assist us in moving forward in the right direction. You have a question?
So on the, for the cost for adaptation, it's not a good model. But a couple of group of my friends, financial modelers, actually sat down and did something. South Africa is 0.06% of the global GDP. So we used that to multiply the $4 trillion that was set by the UN, and we came out with a figure around $240 billion will be needed to. It's not fairly well, but it just gives us a sense of how much will be needed to tackle climate change in the country. So I think around that figure, probably we can say from 150 to 300 or so. That's the figure we're looking at.
Yeah. But I think also just to comment that, you know, that kind of maths doesn't really take into account the complexities. It's a very good starting point. But South Africa being as complex as it is, there are probably going to be certain vulnerabilities that we have to look at and factor into that. But thank you for that, very useful. Steve?
Yeah, I was going to say it's an impossible question to answer, right, exactly how much it will cost, but we know that the cost will be astronomical. And so one of the, and Mandy will talk about some of the estimates that have been undertaken, but basically the way that we frame this is the costs of not controlling climate change are untenable. We can't support them as a society, particularly because those costs are disproportionately borne by the poor. Right? So it's easy if you're wealthy and you have insurance, easier if you're wealthy and you have insurance and you can kind of protect yourself. And so there's this tension between how much of that physical climate change risk and cost can you bear, and how much, therefore, should you spend on avoiding that cost. And that's the kind of tension between adaptation and mitigation that is ongoing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Steve. So now we're going to move on to, we're going to talk about the impacts of climate change. This report was done by the IPCC. And when you look at these, 34% reduction in agricultural output due to climate change, it's more than any other region, given what, you know, in the region, how much of agriculture we do. Reduced income and growth and increased income inequality for African countries when compared to their Northern Hemisphere neighbors, if you can call it that. There's also going to be, you know, 33.6 million weather-related displacements and a -5% impact on GDP per capita for South Africa. These, you know, I could ask you, what do you think of these numbers? They're quite significant. But actually, these have happened already. What we're expecting, the projected impacts are a further 25 to 75% reduction in agriculture. And obviously, this depends on the crop and the scenario. We're also looking at a 50% drop in GDP for South Africa by 2100, a 1.7 degrees Celsius global warming by 2050 would result in over, you know, between 17 and 40 million displacements within the sub-Saharan region. So there's going to be migration within that region. And as the temperature increases, those numbers that are migrating are likely to increase also. So the next slide, what we're going to look at, we're going to look at regional climate modeling. That's what the RCMs are for. And these models indicate the middle value of projected changes which have been derived from multiple models. So they look at multiple models and looked at the mean or the medium range for it, okay? And this compares projections for 2080 to 2099, relating this to 1981 to 2000. And it focuses on the last 2 decades of the 21st century. So by using the median, it limits the influence of the extreme values, so it gives us almost a middle path, and that's why it's been used. It has been observed that the temperatures between 1961 and 2015 for the region has increased significantly, and this is, and if you look at it, sorry, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's significantly higher than it is for the global average for you know, the temperature increases. So South Africa, as a hotspot, as we call it, due to its location, is likely to experience a 4 degree to 6 degree increase under the findings of this model, which is significant. So the interior is expected to warm faster than the coastal areas, and this is for several reasons, including reduced cloud cover. If you look at the second diagram, that's basically heat waves, and these are also likely to significantly increase. And PCC was involved in some work with NEDLAC, where they looked at what does this mean for heat stress and for people working in environments where they're subjected, outdoor environments particularly, where they're subjected to heat and increased heat as we move forward. Okay. So now these two look at the rainfall, and overall the rainfall high fire danger days. Overall, the region is expected to become generally drier, with reductions in rainfall overall. The drying trend is exacerbated by increased evaporation. Yeah, you can see that. And while the overall rainfall may decrease, there's expectation of more intense rainfall. It's something that we talked about in the global model. So even though the region might become drier, what we will find is that when there is rain, it's going to be extreme events. And particularly during certain times of the year and in regions in the east of the country. And we've seen that. We've seen that in Nelson Mandela Bay. We've seen that in KwaZulu-Natal, recent floods. Over a number of years, we're seeing not knock-on effects, but floods that are happening every year. So the duality of drier overall conditions coupled with extreme rainfall is likely to pose challenges for water management, but also for agriculture. If we look at the second illustration, it shows the increase in wildfire days, and the relationship between wildfire and climate change is cyclic. So more wildfires contribute to more CO2 emissions and contribute to global warming, and that threatens communities, it threatens ecosystems, it threatens livelihoods. So the lower the availability of rainfall and water will also compound this issue. Okay. If we move on to the next slide, we're looking at soil moisture, and we're also looking at heavy rainfall days. So soil moisture is particularly important. You would have seen these trends on social media where one of the big things they're looking at now is how to protect the soil. The soil is a very important component of human survival, of ecosystem survival. So in this model, the overall soil moisture is expected to decrease. And this, as I said, devastating for agriculture, devastating for natural ecosystems. Soil, what it does is that you will know that the first top layer of the soil is the most important. If this is drier, it impacts the soil health. It impacts the ability of the soil to promote growth. It impacts the water retaining potential of the soil. It also its ability to sequester carbon, as well as reduce erosion, is now less. And also, the reduction in soil moisture is going to impact planting cycles as well as crop suitability for certain regions. And we're beginning to see that also. If you plant things, it's got plants, it has to be, the timing has to be correct, and we're finding that is moving. So with the wettest days, we've discussed this with the global model as well as, just in the last slide. As mentioned previously, even areas experiencing overall drying, wettest days are likely to become more intense. Okay, so this slide, what it does, it looks at hazards. And the physical impacts may arise from a number of hazards. And this, although it's not an exhaustive list, it provides an indication of different potential hazards for different terrains or topographies. So we're looking at loss of life and assets due to intense wildfires. We're looking at asset loss or yield reduction due to transport disruption due to flooding. There's a number of physical impacts that are likely to occur. So when you look at this slide, it considers tipping points. And the first thing I'd like to point out is that a tipping point in climate change is when a critical threshold, such as temperature, can trigger irreversible and dramatic shifts. And this leads to unpredictable and potentially catastrophic impacts. So WITS did this study, and what they found as potential tipping points for South Africa is firstly a day zero in Gauteng, and it's Gauteng running out of water. Secondly, it's the collapse of the maize crop in sub-Saharan Africa. And if you understand the history of the maize crop in the region and what influence it has had, not only on GDP, but just on communities and society, it's really significant. And thirdly, it's category 4 and 5 cyclones making landfall on the southern African east coast. And we've seen that again also. I mean, one of the colleagues talked about cyclones actually coming onto land, and they go offshore again, and they recharge and come back to cause significant further damage.
Sorry, while still on tipping points, maybe just to give it a context for me in terms of the day zero, understanding that the tipping points, it means like you have actually irreversible state. I just want to try to, and then it might be difficult to come back to that initial state that after a tipping has happened. And I just want you to just explain to me in terms of the day zero in Gauteng, if this is a tipping point, then what are the possible irreversible states that we might never go back to where we are currently if it happens, so that at least I have that kind of a picture in my mind.
Okay, so I think the challenge, what you're challenging is whether actually it is a tipping point. Is that what you're saying, Paladi? In my mind, I think Gauteng is quite an economic hub for South Africa. You will know that a lot of our water doesn't come from here. And we've seen the devastation of not having water in Cape Town. And I suppose what it's going to do for an economic hub like Gauteng is that a lot of the industries will not be able to operate. And I don't think that we will not significantly be able to come back from it, but it's going to take a significant amount of capital input, as also a lot of effort to be able to recover from something like that. Steve, you wanted to add?
Yes, I mean, that's a very good observation. The tipping points are happening in the climate. So if we go too far in the climate, then the climate tips, and that's irreversible. The consequences of those tipping points are these risks. So we will get a more frequent risk of day zero in Gauteng, more frequent day zero risk in Cape Town, more frequent risk of... So the risks themselves, as listed here, are not the tipping points, they're the consequent risks of the climate tipping point. But once you've crossed that climate tipping point, to your point, you can't go back. And so then these things become part of our lives, and that's what we don't want.
Thanks, Steve, for that contextualization. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, can I just add another consequence to that, is the impact on people's health. Because if they can't access water, you're going to have a bit of disease developing, and then it's going to develop into a health crisis. And that's going to impact on productivity levels as well. So it has very far-reaching ramifications.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand whether there is a distinction in the research between the tipping point as a result of infrastructure mismanagement vis-a-vis the climate change effect. Because for me, sometimes I think I'm not making the link. Thank you.
And I understand where you're coming from. You're talking, and I suppose talking about municipalities and whether, managing water infrastructure is actually causing more to this kind of climate change effect that we're looking at. What we've seen also is that there is significant water losses due to mismanagement of infrastructure. But we also, given the population growth and the amount of water that we need, we will be at a deficit, so management needs to improve overall. Yes, go ahead.
I think also probably, tipping point, wording of tipping point is somehow best placed in that point, because we know that, we can actually make an argument that South Africa depends entirely on Lesotho in terms of that. So we have a source of water, whether it's raining or not, but we know that, Gauteng actually has maybe other things in that, the infrastructure and other things. So probably the wording.
Sorry, I'm not sure, was that a more of a comment?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Can I maybe just add to that? So different regions have different levels of resilience. So if we look at Cape Town, Cape Town's water storage capacity is about 3 years, right? So Cape Town will struggle with shorter periods of no rainfall, right? Because it can't store as much. Gauteng has a storage capability of 4 to 5 years. But our single biggest risk is the maintenance of the ecosystems in Lesotho, right? So Lesotho is also subject to climate change, but also to the point about infrastructure, we may not be maintaining the physical infrastructure as well as the natural capital infrastructure. And so what the research is saying is that it is increasingly likely that we will have periods of time where supply does not meet demand for water in Gauteng. And that is exacerbated by local government infrastructure maintenance, it's exacerbated by pumps not working, it's exacerbated by water treatment facilities not working, it's exacerbated by losses. And so there's this, the concept of resilience and adaptation has to take in all of those ideas. It's not just happening in climate change. These shocks and crises are happening in all sorts of systems that have an accumulated impact. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Steve. Go ahead.
I'm not sure if I'll be taking you back, on your two previous slides, when you were talking about the scenarios. I think it's scenario 5, 4, 3, and 1. And on your other slides, you're referring to the emergencies, the risk actually of climate change, meaning that as a country, we would have to come up with measures to move as quickly as possible from scenario 3, for example, to scenario 1. We know actually what are the risks, what are the consequences. But what is not coming clearer is for us moving from scenario, say, 5 to 1, what are the social and economic risk and consequences, in particular, to communities like the lady from, is it Witbank? Mpumalanga, yes. She was referring to the mining communities. Because I would believe that for us to move from scenario 3 to 1, one of the strategies actually or measures put in place would be, for an example, a closure of all coal mines, isn't it? For us to move into, your solar. We know that solar, it says that no, there will be employment also, but it's not going to be at the same scale as those coal mines actually employing. So meaning that moving that from that to coal as soon as possible will leave, devastating consequences on the local communities. Currently, in terms of the fossil fuel, when I'm looking at scenario 5, there's a discovery somewhere in the coast actually of oil, meaning that South Africa actually has a potential, to have oil, which would boost our economy. It would be something amazing. But the way in which we're moving as well, if we're not actually taking on that, and, you realize that, we could create more employment, but it is going to be discouraged. We cannot move into that. So have we looked at the risk, the tipping point, or the consequences of moving from, scenario 5, 3 to 1? What impact will it leave actually, especially on the low and middle income, because those are the ones who are mostly affected.
Yeah.
We know about the consequences of not moving as much as possible, but moving also, what consequences will that leave on those?
Okay, so these are the physical impacts. Like we say, it's just the physical impacts. We haven't touched on the socioeconomic impacts. Some of the work that we're doing to support this NDC submission is looking at the physical risks and understanding what socio impacts are attached to that, particularly for the most vulnerable communities, but also which ones might have most impact. Because when we focus our energies or focus financing, it must react to certain things, most vulnerable, most impact, and also being able to rapidly respond. So that work is currently being done. We're quite aware of it, and it is very much needed. Do you want to add? Yes, Steve?
Yeah, this is getting to the, is this on? Yeah, this is getting to the very crux of what the conversation is about, is how do we make these decisions, and what are the things we have to consider, and how do we weight them? And how we weight them is complicated and is linked to how we think about justice, right? So you're quite correct. If we close down coal mines and coal-fired power plants in a region, of course that's going to have an impact on those communities and the people employed. But if we don't respond to climate change, those same people are going to have less access to food, less access to water. How do we weigh that up? It's quite hard to do, and it's sometimes quite qualitative. It's quite a value judgment that you make, and that depends on your background and so on. So this is the kind of thing we're going to be debating, and when I come back again just now and show you some of the research on that, we'll debate it even more. But this is exactly the kind of question we need to be asking ourselves here.
Yeah, and I think the complexity also is that, like I said initially, where we've got certain regions and certain sectors that are more vulnerable in certain regions, and the not one size fits all. So we must be quite alive to that as we move forward. Thank you. You had a question?
I think he just outlined what I wanted to say. But I think fundamentally what it comes down to is what we are trying to do here is build a Ferrari, while our communities maybe need a Toyota. So how do you then design a car that's somewhere in between, where we're not moving too fast for communities to get left behind, and shut down these infrastructures that our communities rely on, and also put in place systems that create new industries and ensure that we upskill, we upgrade, we ensure that communities are participating. And so it's a cost-benefit analysis that we have to do to say how fast do we need to move to be able to not destroy the environment and destroy our communities, but ensure that we still meet the targets of ensuring that we are transitioning. I think the important thing in that, as he alluded to, is the concept of just. I think that's probably the most important aspect of just transition. The transition must be just, and ensure that we don't lose people in the process, but we also don't get left behind. So the opportunity cost has to be calculated and see what's the best approach to do that. And that's, I suppose, this is what we are trying to do in these discussions, to find the kind of vehicle that's not too fast, but not too slow.
Thank you for that. Yes, go ahead. Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
I think we must also not forget the time dimension. Moving slowly means more damage to our children. I don't know about you, but I have a child. I would like that damage to be reduced if we go too slowly. We may spare some communities now, but it causes a bigger impact on much more communities later on, not just our children, but our later life, 20 years.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. In the transition planning, the PPC started looking at research, skill training, and also developing the essential skills that are needed for the technologies that will assist with the transition. And if we started thinking about because climate change sustainability is broad, which area of renewable energy or sustainability are we going to focus on as a country? And why is that important? Because all the skills we have in coal mining and in energy generation from fossil fuels can be transitioned into renewable energy sectors. But, rather than saying heavy, education and training has to be prioritized. But before that, we have to have a strategy to say, what are we focusing on? So on the AI and digitalization angle, the South Africa digital strategy is focusing on research and developing new AI models, particularly looking at software development and so on and so forth, instead of the application of it. Now, what are we doing at the renewable energy space? What is our strategy for skills transitioning? Not just skills transition, but also most of the courses we have at varsity level, are they actually futuristic enough to factor all of these changes that we are going to have in the future? You don't want to have a graduate that will be irrelevant in the next 5 years. So from that perspective, I want to know what the PPC is doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we do have a team that looks at employment strategy and diversification, and they are doing a whole mapping of the vulnerable sectors and understanding what skills are in those sectors, and looking at possible new diversification in sectors to see how we can kind of overlap those, to be able to offer that skills transfer across the different sectors. But there's also work that's being done in looking at reviewing courses that are undertaken, not just only at tertiary education, but starting right from the primary level to understand how we can now capacitate and inform individuals better.
That's very impressive. On that note, do you guys have documents you've published or frameworks that the public can access to incorporate in, for example, our modeling, etc.?
Yeah, I think we can put you in touch with the relevant people so that you can pick up that conversation with them. I see we're running out of time, so I'm going to do one more slide, and it's a pity the lady just left. This one talks about the window of opportunity. So yes, we need to build that car, whether it's a Toyota or Ferrari, but we need to be able to get to a certain position before a certain point in time. And that's where we currently are. So this diagram emphasizes the urgent and narrowing window of opportunity to achieve climate resilient pathways. It shows how choices today can either drive sustainable development pathways or deepen the risk of climate change. So when you look on the y-axis, you will find there's conditions that enable and conditions that constrain. Some of these enabling conditions include innovative integration across sectors, and that's very important, because what we're finding is that in different sectors, people are doing different things, and that fragmentation is actually costly, but it also it doesn't really help to push things forward in a very rapid way. And also governance, which can shift development, and create opportunities for early action. And then there's certain constraining conditions also, and there's a list of them. It's exacerbated risk, limiting adaptation, and deepening the development gap. So the figure shows the diverging pathways, and where we're sitting, you see on the x-axis, we've got the present world, which sits at the IPC6, so the AR6, and then that's present. And from that point, and the decisions we make allow us to go in different directions. The first one is the green or the blue directions, and basically what's low emission pathways, which lead to system transitions, equality, and low climate risk. And then conversely, in the other direction, it looks at maladaptation, ecosystem degrading, which take us to a very high risk scenario. And what this basically says is that the longer we wait, the fewer options we have, and the more costly it becomes to implement those changes. So the timing is also, it needs to be right. And how do you do that? I mean, that's a question. Would you like to have a go, ma'am?
No, that was going to be my question to you. Like, how narrow is that window currently? Like, do we have an idea of, for example, we say it is rapidly narrowing. So how wide it is now? Because as you say, we might never actually have an opportunity to really make sure that we don't go to maladaptation, which I feel as organization, that's what is going to happen. We're going to make sure that our operations are adapting and our communities are not. So in that instance, I think that window, we need to understand how wide it is now so that we don't buy ourselves time that is not there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think Steve will discuss some of that in his presentation as we go forward. Steve, there's one more slide that I want to discuss very, very quickly, and it's this one. So when we look at adaptation, there's certain ways, or building resilience, there's certain ways we look at it. The first one is anticipation, the next one is adaptation, and the other is recovery. And anticipation is basically what we do now. We're looking at scenario development, so modeling, so that we can inform decision-making with the best information we have. And also, the next one under anticipation is early warning systems and outreach. A very interesting example is in Quarry Road in Durban in 2022. What we found, this what was relayed to us, is that the community there undertook kind of community outreach or a community early warning system where they had certain levels that were marked on the bridge of close to the river. And as the water level rose, they had certain activities that they undertook to actually protect them. At the end of that, no lives were lost. They did lose their belongings and that sort of thing, but I think the most important thing is that no lives were lost during that. So we need more of that, and understanding that people on the ground have the best understanding of what's happening around them, and they also possibly come up with the best solutions of how to address these. Secondly is adaptation, and we look at autonomous adaptation and planned adaptation. Planned adaptation, I think an important one is in buildings, where we now start to plan better, where our 100-year floodline is not a 100-year floodline anymore. So how do we plan to be able to make sure that this is not a risk for us? Example of autonomous adaptation is, for instance, a farmer using seeds that are now drought resistant, and he's just observed this, not really knowing why, but this is what has happened. And we need to be able to increase the knowledge so that that autonomous adaptation happens, but it's more informed, and the tools needed to be able to do that are readily available. And thirdly, it's recovery, which is disaster management, emergency response, and rebuilding. This is where a lot of the money goes. What has been relayed to us also as the PCC is that this is not happening quick enough. So people are experiencing extreme events on the ground, but they're not getting the help they need as quickly as possible. When you look at this kind of landscape of how we address adaptation, what I'd like to point out is that if we deal with anticipation and adaptation in those two broad categories, it allows us to spend less money on recovery. Something very important to point out. Okay, and I will leave you at that. You have a question. Thank you. And then
just a quick one. Where is the money coming from?
I suppose you will have to wait for the banker, who is Deepak Patel, when he comes to chat with you in that regard. Yes, go ahead.
It's not a question per se, but just, a thought. Can you guys maybe arrange a similar, whatever setting where you would have big corporations? I don't want to say the word polluters, where they actually come, companies like Sasol, Eskom, your coal mining companies, was it Glencore or whoever, in a setting like this, where they actually just, tell us on how they are, mitigating, around, same strategies, what is their plan, and, what would be the impact on the local communities and all of that. But I think to hear from such big corporations, would be quite interesting. Is it something that they have thought about? Is it something that they're currently implementing, or is it in the pipeline? Because I think they would also be very much affected anyway, by this transition. So I think it would be quite interesting. And lastly, is a question, in terms of the transitioning, are both low and middle income countries expected to move at the same pace as your developed, industrialized countries? Are we moving at the same pace, or is there, like there's COP29 right now, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Is there such a sense that, okay, no, this low, middle, and income countries, maybe we could give them, as more time for them to transition? Or is it like, one shoe fits all or whatever? Thanks.
Steve, I think you can, do you mind taking the last question? The first one, in terms of, where the money is coming from. We know that the balance sheets of government is not going to be able to shoulder this burden. So we have to actually find more innovative ways of financing these projects. We also know that business undertakes these changes within their business due to risks within their supply chain, but also how it reflects their return on investment. And maybe there's more communication that is needed, like you say, between industries, particularly in industries within certain regions, where more collaboration can occur, so that we can, almost a constructive interference effect on addressing climate change. I will leave you with the last question. Thank you very much. Okay.
Just some comments. So with the financing, definitely, actually, since the Addis Ababa 2015 UN climate finance framework, it has always been stated that national governments can never fund climate adaptation or climate change. We need a number of different funding sources. For example, private institution, private asset managers control over $100 trillion. If that was to put into climate finance, I mean, we can solve the whole climate change problems we have globally, right? So, and there is framework that has been put in place, whether at the national level or internationally. At national, I remember there was a task force that was established, I think 2 years ago, the Climate Change Finance Task Force. I haven't been able to assess their recommendations, but I was aware that they did let some recommendations. Now, coming into the big corporations, there is a lot of work being done, but the main thing, and I'm speaking because I don't have the right to let people's names, but I spoke to a couple of corporate executives before I attended. There's a lot of work being going on at corporate level, but instead of just pointing fingers at them, we also have to understand, their situation and where they're coming from. So a corporation is a business, has to make profit, has to pay salaries, has to pay taxes, etc. Yes, they want to change, but if, for example, if you saw $20-something billion invested, it's hard for you to invest so much money in industry that is not yet financially valuable, and you don't have off-takers to take off, products are coming, or you still don't understand the technology readiness level. There's not been, a long stream of data to ensure your facilities. There's a lot that has to be done before we enforce them to actually take that on. Because as we said before, we don't just want to transition, but in transition it must be just. You don't kill off jobs, you don't kill off corporations because we're not transition. There is a number of discussions that actually being had with corporations. I think the PPC will be in a better position to tell us about it. But all I'm saying, there's a lot of work being done. More things are coming into the limelight now, and we shouldn't bash South African corporations that much because they really are working better than their counterparts in the US even. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the comment. I think, firstly, nobody's pointing fingers. I think we realize that this needs a collaborative effort. We also understand that when you run a business, you run a business, and there needs to be a meeting of both parties, all parties halfway on. Government needs to find innovative ways of financing these, and how do we crowd in that finance from the private sector to be able to offer them almost catalytic finance or incentives to be able to finance in these areas. Because it's not a you problem or a me problem, it's an our problem. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Mandy. Okay, so I love how everybody's minds are racing ahead and you're asking questions from future sessions. So we're going to cover a lot of these questions as we go along. I wanted to make a couple of, just a sort of key summary of some of the key points that Mandy was making. The climate impacts, if we have runaway climate change, are huge, right? So Mandy mentioned 50% drop in GDP by 2100, potentially a 27% drop in GDP by 2050, potentially a day zero in Gauteng, 80 million climate migrants in sub-Saharan Africa. These are huge, huge impacts, and they dwarf the impacts and the risks embedded in transitioning. That is kind of a key point. And so if we don't, and she also mentioned, if we don't move quickly, the window for options narrows. You have fewer options over time, right? And you're exposed to more risk. You're accumulating risk over time. Also, there's some climate change locked in, right? We're already at 1.1 degrees on average, heading to 1.5. We'll talk a little bit about whether we can stay below that. And so there is a need to do adaptation and resilience anyway. The issue is how much, right? And this slide kind of gives us a sense of sort of an asset class and investment framework for resilience and adaptation. If we invest more here, we spend less here. Right? And the problem with spending money here is we don't know when it'll come. We don't know how much it will cost. You know, we may not have the ability to recover. And so there's a good sense, there's a good logic in investing money here, but it's a different world of investment compared to mitigation. There's no cash flows, like the traditional finance approaches don't really work. And so we should be thinking very carefully about this. And one of the reasons we have this section on adaptation and resilience is it's an important part of the NDC. Right? It's not just about the emissions reductions. It's about how we're going to think about the adaptation burden that we carry. But mitigation is the single biggest thing that we can do to avoid those risks, right? And therefore should be a very important part of how we think about this. So we're going to go for about another half hour and then take a break because you'll need it, and then we'll come back and talk a little bit more about mitigation. But to your question about can we go slower, how much can we go slower, right? That's the kind of question that we need to be asking. And let's be fair, we're special, right? We have the highest levels of poverty, unemployment, inequality in the world, right? But everybody thinks they're special. Right? Every country that I ever talk to has the same kind of rationale. Oh, we've got this, this, and this. And so we should be allowed to go slower. If everybody goes slower, 4 degrees. Right? And so somehow we have to work out how to weigh up these issues. And we're stuck between how do we weight mitigation versus adaptation cost? How do we weight the timing of that cost? Do we accumulate it now or do we accumulate it later? Right? How do we think about justice is really the driver. And when we think about justice, it's happening at multiple scales. It's happening at a global scale. Who's responsible? Surely America should go faster, not slower. Right? It's happening at a local scale. Who benefits, who doesn't? We could manage this transition so that South Africa has the same capital structures and the same poverty, inequality, and unemployment structures as it is now. We'll be net zero, climate competitive, but we haven't solved the underlying structural issues that drive poverty, inequality, and unemployment. That's not what we want. We want to solve those problems at the same time. So in a way, the level of challenge that we face is an opportunity for us to think about these other things. We have to change so much that we may as well also change the things that we need to solve our social challenges. Does it kind of make sense? So that's the challenge. I don't want to pretend that it's easy. We don't have enough time. There's very difficult value decisions to be made. And part of this dialogue that we want to get going is let's have these debates. Let's try to work out what choices we're going to make as South Africans and then embed them in our NDC, right? Does that make sense? Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this. Mpiwe mentioned that the NDCs come in the cycle of global stocktake, NDC, global stocktake, right? And the global stocktake is an assessment of the science that says, how are we doing? And if we're doing badly, we need to up our commitment in the NDC. That's kind of the fundamental Paris architecture. And so what does it say? Mpiwe mentioned this. We were, if we hadn't done the things we've done under Paris, headed for 4 degrees, right? But we have done some good things, some good news here. We've done some things, and now we are headed for somewhere between 2.1 and 2.8. So we are at least a degree cooler than we would have been if we had done nothing, right? That's good news. There is stuff happening. So when people say, oh, we're failing completely, we're not. We're only failing partially. And so the challenge then is we know that we want to stay below 1.5 degrees because otherwise you've got climbing tipping points and you've got all of these other complexities. And so we've got work to do, right? And that has the implication that everybody has to enhance their ambition. If we don't, we're not going to get there. Right? Does that make sense? And there are things that we can do, and there's a section in the agreement that talks about things you can do: tripling renewable energy, doubling energy efficiency, deploying all sorts of low carbon technologies. All of those things need to happen globally and locally. The other thing that was agreed at UAE last year is for us to stay below 1.5 degrees. Right, this is drawing on the science. We need to reduce our emissions by 43% by 2030. And 60% by 2035 relative to our 2019 global emissions. So what we did was we applied that to our 2019 emissions in South Africa. So we emitted about 477 megatons of CO2 equivalent in 2019. And if we as a country were to meet the 43%, that would take us to 272 by 2030 and to 191 by 2035. Does that make sense? All right, but to the question that was asked here is, shouldn't we get to go slower? We're a developing country, high levels of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, colonial history, we should get to go slower, right? So we are going slower. So this is the NDC that we've already submitted. And so you'll see that in 2025, we said we would be between 398 and 510 megatons of CO2 in that year. And in 2030, we would be between 350 and 420. Right, so we are above the global average. We would expect that, right? We would expect places like the EU and the UK and the US to be below that. And recently at COP, the UK announced that they will aim to get to 81% reduction by 2035. So they are sitting somewhere here, right, on a percentage basis. So we see them making those commitments. We might not yet see enough action, but we see them making the commitments. And so we are already above the line. There is already some common differentiated responsibility baked into this, right? We are not moving as fast as is required by science and the global average. Does that make sense? So then the question is, well, how are we doing? Right? Where are we coming? And so if we look at what's in policy, government policy, and what's being implemented, we are currently on track to get to around 450 in 2025, so comfortably within that range. It was a big range, so it wasn't a particularly hard target to hit. And we are going to be somewhere around the top end by 2035. We might miss it, we might just get in. Right? Depends on the kinds of decisions we make between now and then. There is a chance that we could get lower, but that would require policy action beyond what we already have. If that makes sense. And you can find the details of this analysis in our State of Climate Action report, which we released a couple of months ago. But that's the kind of framing. So where are we now? Coming in the top end of the NDC, the bottom end of the NDC is roughly aligned with a 1.5 degree world, and the top end of the NDC is roughly 2 degrees. So we're making a contribution that's roughly to staying below 2 degrees, where we would like to stay below 1.5. Does that make sense? Okay, so how might we go about thinking on how we get to net zero? And when we say net zero, it's not absolute zero, right? So you see that in 2050 bubble is not on the zero line, and that's because there are non-CO2 emissions in there. There's methane and other GHGs. There is a bit of CO2 left. We don't know how to get CO2 out of particular processes like iron and steel and cement, although we're making progress on that. So there's already a little bit of carbon capture and storage, either through natural systems or geological chemical processes. So we're not going exactly for net zero. And if we then start to draw the line, and if we just do straight lines, just for a framework, I'm not saying this is how you would do it, right? You'd be a bit more robust about it. But even if we just do straight lines from our existing commitments to net zero, right, you would get a range like this, somewhere between 278 and 330. Does that make sense? And that gives us just a benchmark range. I'm not saying that would be the range. It's just like, it would be somewhere in that range if we just do straight lines. But remember that blue chart we put up right at the front. It wasn't a straight line, right? It had that kind of concave shape to it. So we would actually expect our commitments to be slightly below that. Right? We're still way above the line of the global average, but slightly below a straight line journey to net zero. And here's some work that UCT did with their SATM GE model that they did for the World Bank. You can find it in their country climate and development report that shows that 58% of the emissions reductions we have to make happen in the decade 2030 to 2040. And that's quite consistent with modeling all around the world. So within UN circles, they call it the decade of action. Have to take action now, so that we can meet our net zero goals, but also that we keep our adaptation and resilience options open. Remember, the longer we delay, the harder the journey gets, the more expensive the journey gets, the more risk we face, the less options we have. Does that make sense? So if we add that logic, so what we did is we went and looked at a whole range of modeling efforts that have been done on South Africa. We've done some of this work ourselves. UCT's done some work. NBI's done some work. So someone asked me earlier, do we take the NBI pathways into account? They're there. The climate action trackers in there, climate analytics is in there, right? And you will see that there's quite a large range. So if you look at the 2-degree top-end range, so if we emit around 390, that's a 2-degree compliant world. Right? At the bottom end, for a 1.5-degree world, about 200, right? And then a whole bunch of estimates in between, depending on the assumptions. It's the same as those gray lines in the chart, right? Depends on the model, depends on the assumptions. There's a whole range of potential outputs. And so, but you'll see that there's a sort of gathering of numbers somewhere around 240 to 280, right, that are on the 1.5 compliance side. So then if we adjust that range with our green bubble, so now we're going from 200 to 390, right? But most of them are around kind of 280. So we would then expect adjusting for this, if we were to ignore the straight lines, somewhere around 300 and maybe 250. That would be an acceptable range. Now when we say acceptable, we go back to the early slide that Simpiwe put up. We have to make a submission that is aligned with the science, scientifically credible, internationally credible, and locally credible. And when we get to the debate about the locally credible part, then people start to say things like, well, can we afford to? Aren't we going too fast? Isn't this the Ferrari, at this end? And actually, we actually probably want a VW Beetle, right? But that's, in that comparison, that metaphor is a bit of a value judgment, right? So the only way we can really make a call is to start looking at the data and the evidence. Right? What is the economic modeling saying? What is the socioeconomic modeling saying about where you get? Right? Does that make sense? The other challenge in the system is we are a temperature taker. It doesn't really matter what we do. I mean, it does to a degree. I'll show you a slide later. But really, the people that are driving temperature globally are the USA, Europe, India, and China. Right? Massive economies emitting huge amounts of CO2. We're emitting a relatively smaller percentage. And so if we make 250 or 300, it's a fraction of a degree different, right? But it impacts a whole bunch of other things. We're less competitive in global markets, we attract less capital, and we have to kind of weigh up all of those things. Plus, every country added up, missing their target by 0.1 of a degree adds up. Right? Does that make sense? So these are, and this is the challenge. So we don't, as the PCC, pretend to have an answer, and we're not proposing this as an answer. We're just giving you a framework, how we might think about it and what the studies are saying. But at the end of the day, the DFFE is going to have to make a call. What is our personal view of what is a fair contribution of South Africa, taking into account things like how much money do we have, who gets impacted, when do they get impacted, and we have to kind of weigh up all those options. So an incredibly difficult task. We're happy so far. Some of you will recognize this slide. It's taken from the NBI Pathways work, and it's a very interesting example, because effectively what we're doing, right? If you add up each year of emissions under that chart, right, you get the carbon budget. It's the amount of carbon you can emit between now and 2050. Does that make sense? And it works the same way as a household budget. If you have 1,000 Rand a month for food and you want to decide how you're going to spend it, you can't spend 1,500, right? So you got to choose, what am I going to buy this month? And that's the same kind of choice we face in our economy. How am I going to allocate this carbon budget to maximize socioeconomic output? Is that kind of clear? And it's a choice. You can choose. I'm going to allocate it this way or that way. And this is the NBI's version of how they would choose. So if you did nothing, you would end up at like 11.6 gigatons of carbon emissions, right? But we think that you can get to 9 gigatons. Bearing in mind that some of the science is saying 9 gigatons could be 1.5 degree compliant. Most of the science is saying less than that. But if you make these choices, you'll get to 9 gigatons. Does that make sense? You could make different choices. And that's what we're debating. And different groups in society will make different choices depending on their background, what their value is important, and so on. And the DFFE's unenviable task is, how do we do that, right? And we're trying to support them in that process. So what choices has the NBI made, right? And by NBI, it's the business sector as a whole. We will close coal-fired power by 2040. Right? We will shift Sasol to gas, right? 30% by 2030, I think, was the target. I'm remembering back far now. In the Afolu space, the scariest of all, we'll shift people to carbon-neutral diets or climate-friendly diets by 2030. 30% of us have to shift. What does that mean? You can have 100 grams of red meat a week. So you can save up for a slider on Friday night, or you can have a steak at the end of the month. That's your choice, right? And we as South Africans, we'll give up coal before we give up meat. So we might want to make a value judgment to say, okay, we're not going to do that bit. We're going to keep eating meat, but that means you have to give up somewhere else, right? Does that make sense? So if you make that choice, you have to move power even faster. Or you have to move transport faster, or you have to move industry faster. You have to make some choices, right? And the way we make these choices, the way we judge these choices, will be how does that maximize socioeconomic output? Who benefits the most from those choices, right? And what else happens here? In transport, 30% of people move from private to public transport. 30% of goods move from road to rail. You have to electrify somewhere between 750,000 and 1 million vehicles by 2030. They're quite big things to do, right? And quite challenging things to do. And in the long term, you have to do things like densify cities so that the use of public transport, the use of walking, and the kind of concept of a 15-minute city is more feasible. Right? And those things are even harder to do. And so when we start to think about what actions do we take now, what actions do we take in the future, then you're starting to think about factors like human behavior. Someone asked a question earlier about sort of technology maturity, and all of these things happen. And so we know now that renewable energy supported by peaking support and storage is the cheapest way to add electricity onto the grid. And so it would not make sense to do anything else, really, given that you want to buy some carbon space to do other things in your economy. Does it make sense as a concept? We've got a question here. So I'm going to pause here just to see, this is just a framework for how we think about it. So we've got this idea that the trajectory of our emissions and the points that we choose on it, which are NDCs, define our carbon budget, and our carbon budget kind of frames how we think about how we design the economy. So I had a question here, and then we'll come to you. And then here.
Thank you. So as you were going through sort of the carbon budget and sort of playing around with the trade-offs that we need to make, and ultimately, you said that the decisions that are made about what we give up and what it is that we maximize on will be judged according to how much we can maximize socioeconomic impact, right? So what I want to know is there any existing sort of policy or any frameworks that speak about that process or that procedure, and in terms of just securing that or ensuring that it is a democratic process first and foremost, as well as that the elements of procedural justice is sort of followed through? Is there anything that sort of exists at the moment?
It's an excellent question. The answer is kind of. The procedural justice components, the reasons why we are running these workshops is to do that. Give people opportunity to engage. We can say, look, this is where we're at. This is what we've seen in the research. You can say, oh, but you missed this paper, or you need to think about this. That's a big part of what we're doing here. And then the next round, even more so. The next round, we'll ask stakeholder groups to come back to us and say what they think should be in the NDC. And we will faithfully record that and pass that on to the DFFE, who will be running their own kind of democratic consultation process. You can never consult enough, right? So there will always be a critique. You didn't consult this group, or you didn't consult that group, or you didn't do it enough times, and that is always valid. So we're kind of trying to do as much consultation as we can. Procedurally, and how we use the data and the methodologies, we'll talk a little bit more about after the break. Also will never be enough, right? These are very difficult decisions to make with very high stakes. And so we can do the best we can. There'll always be gaps. So when we come back from the break, I'll also talk about the kinds of research we need to do around household level impacts, particularly in hard, high impact regions like in Mpumalanga and the Eastern Cape. I worry more about the Eastern Cape even than in Mpumalanga. And we just have to kind of build that knowledge over time, and it kind of mirrors what's happening at the global scale, right? We ourselves need to do a little stock take, right? We set the NDC, how's it gone? What could we have done better? Where are we seeing the impacts? And then cycle around, and hopefully over time, this sort of built-in learning journey will get us as close to 1.5 as we can get.
Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Polile Mhlanga. I'm from the Let's Talk Energy group. It's a WhatsApp group consisting of people who have experience and who are interested in energy from all energy source groups. And so I learned a lot of things from that group. And one of the things that I've learned is that nuclear as an energy power has 0% carbon emissions. And I've also learned through the years in that same group the arguments around nuclear versus solar and wind. And one of the arguments were around environmental impact, and also the costs. And so my question is, one, are there any studies around the environmental impacts when it comes to solar and wind? And secondly, when we look at socio-economic needs that we have as South Africa, we all know that there isn't a single developed economy that was built on solar and wind. They all have been built on baseload energy, which comes from fossil fuels. And are we balancing our socio-economic needs with the little impact that our emissions as South Africa are having in the on a global scale? And are we over-exaggerating this need for climate change while we have real issues around socio-economic conditions? And so when it comes to cheap, how do we define cheap? What I've learned as well from this group is that the so-called job opportunities around particular solar and energy, they're almost fluffy at this point because we are importing a lot of panels and all this equipment. We're not actually industrializing ourselves to build these and actually keep the money within us. And then when it comes to costs, there's an extract from a lady called Heather Feldays from the Nuclear Network Africa, talking about the US Export-Import Bank, EXIM, which is financing energy infrastructure, which can be instrumental in enabling African countries to afford the high initial costs of nuclear power plants. So my question and input is that this presidential commission that we are in, does it involve all energy sources? And then why isn't nuclear included in most of these discussions when it's actually the cleanest with almost 0% carbon emissions? Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds like a fascinating chat group. I'd love to be on it. I would, yeah.
May I just note this comment because it
Okay,
aligned to
please. Yeah.
what the comment we've just received. It's from Adrian Stradom. Increased use of renewable energy is desirable, but renewables alone will not cut it. Certain industrial applications will not be sustained by renewables alone. Then we also have the issue of base load to contend with.
Okay.
And then there's a comment from Lufono where she says she agrees with the speakers. We are heavily relying on imports from infrastructure, skills to innovation and technology. That has a huge impact on how we transition, creates job opportunities without capacity, etc.
Okay. We're not taking a break now. It's going to take me 3 hours to answer these questions. Yeah.
Actually, I'm assisting with your job, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when it comes to industrialization and import and export of skills and material, it's still early stages, but South Africa has a number of strategies to localize a lot of these renewable energy industries. Particularly, I'm involved in the green hydrogen industry. The South Africa green hydrogen strategy is very extensive, right? And speaking the green hydrogen perspective, we already have an electrolyzer manufacturer in South Africa, local. We also have a number of platinum minerals-based electrolyzers that are coming on board. We have a whole set of, that's the early stages, like I said, but planned solar and wind manufacturers in the country. Most of them are going on the Northern Cape areas. That's where it's mostly planned. However, it's early stages and there is being plans and there's actions towards that. It will take us a couple of years to get to where Germany is, for example, or where Korea is, etc. But we have started that process. Right.
Okay, let me jump in. Thank you for that. There are a couple of things that these questions are expressing, like principles that I think we need to pay attention to. One of them is this idea that we need strong socioeconomic outcomes. Our concern is for people, right? What kinds of conditions are they living in? What are we doing about poverty, inequality, and unemployment? And those trade-offs are really hard because you will have, for sure, some very sector-level impacts, right? That will be offset by gains in other sectors. And sometimes those gains are not comparable. So, for example, a couple of people have raised this idea that jobs will be lost in coal and jobs will be gained in renewables. Now, most of the data locally and internationally is showing that the potential for job gains in the renewable energy industry is greater than the jobs that will be lost in the coal value chain, right? But they're not the same kinds of jobs, right? So you get a net gain in jobs, but the jobs are not necessarily unionized, they're not necessarily as well paid, they don't necessarily come with medical, and so you can't really, it's not a like for like. And so that comparison is hard. I'm not saying that it's easy to do. But then, on the flip side, those jobs may be lost anyway. Coal is not the cheapest source of energy. Right? And so it will, over time, as market mechanisms kick in, be replaced. And so, you know, that conversation is challenging. And then there are a couple of other principles that are built in there is this idea that we must be technology agnostic, and we kind of agree with that, but we must also not be data agnostic. And so to the question about have there been studies done, there have been lots of studies done by a range of different institutions, different universities. CSIR's done one, Stellenbosch, Cape Town, University of Pretoria, and they all conclude the same thing, right? So the PCC made recommendations on the electricity sector in last year, 2023. In April. You're welcome to look them up on our website. And there's a 100-page technical report, kind of that some people mentioned earlier, that comes with that report. And so we looked at all of the data, and the conclusion was that the cheapest way forward is renewable energy plus storage and peaking support. So this idea that renewable energy is not always available, so what people kind of express when they say base load, is filled in, that risk is filled in by storage and peaking support. So you're running other kinds of technologies, most often in the models, gas-fired power, to plug the gap when the renewables are not available to you. From an industrialization perspective, the factory doesn't care where it's getting the electron from, as long as it's getting the electron, and that's the key thing. And you can design these renewable energy systems in a way that you have constant supply, and we see countries in the world getting to very high levels of variable renewable penetration. You know, the leaders are between 50 and 70%. So we know technically this is possible to do, at least to those penetration levels, and probably a little bit further. And so there's no downside risk in chasing that. Right? Particularly because of all the upside that you gain from the sort of climate and air quality and other environmental benefits. The question of nuclear, we need several hours to talk about, but just to say that we have a nuclear event that we will be hosting early next year, bringing together nuclear stakeholders to talk about the issue of nuclear, and society in South Africa is hugely split, with some people thinking nuclear is just this atrocious technology you should never use, and some people saying it's the future, right? And we certainly see an uptick in the interest in nuclear internationally. There's a lot of increased attention. The US are quite keen on building additional nuclear, and there's this idea of building smaller nuclear SMRs, small modular reactors. When we looked at this and we looked at the data and we looked at the models, nuclear does not get selected by the models, right? And the primary reason is you don't need it for that baseload concept that people think about, that it is very expensive and it is potentially high risk. So if you're borrowing R1 trillion in order to build some nuclear plants, and you are 10 years late on constructing those plants, the capital risk is intense, right? And could potentially have serious knock-on impacts for the economy. So there's risk there, right? And then the cost of capital for nuclear is the key issue to the point that you raised. And so can you safely and affordably and without taking on any geopolitical risk bring down that cost of capital? And there's a lot of debate about how you would raise that capital, with some people saying, well, you could vendor finance that through another country. Typically that's done with either Russia, Iran, or South Korea, potentially China, maybe France, maybe the US, but mostly it's Iran, Russia, South Korea. And that could bring the cost of capital down. But then, of course, you have a little bit of geopolitical risk that comes with that. You're tying your sort of energy security into another country's energy policy. And, you know, we're not saying do it or don't do it. So what in our recommendations, what we said, there's still sufficient uncertainty in how you would finance nuclear. Small modular reactors are still relatively nascent. There are no kind of commercially viable running SMRs in the world at the moment. There are about 3 that are actually running, operational, but they're not commercially viable. And so we put it on a watch list. We said it's an important technology, it's potentially game-changing, but it is not yet in the data emerging as things that we would choose. But we continue to watch that. And part of the nuclear debate that we hope to have early next year is to say, okay, it's been a year and a half, what's changed, what's happening in the global markets. And there are some things that are interesting to watch. So Microsoft and Google are starting to invest in small modular reactors in the US, but they are for very high revenue applications that require always on power. And so we see it happening in AI, data centers and things like that. They're not necessarily being deployed for conventional residential consumption, for example. So it's interesting because it's going to give a bit of scale to the SMR industry, but it's not yet flipping it over to something that is commercially viable in the residential space. There are also, just to finish my thought, and then I'll come to the questions in the room, and then we'll break for tea. There are also environmental impacts related to nuclear that are not climate related. So you're absolutely right that nuclear power plants are close to zero. They're not exactly zero carbon emissions, but they're close to zero. So from a climate change perspective, we don't mind that at all. But there are definitely environmental issues related to nuclear wastes that are not negligible. Yeah, so that's a bit of a long answer. I could give you a longer one. One question here and then there, and then we're going to break for tea.
All right. Another comment. So when it comes to jobs and energy transition, it's not all pessimistic. There's a bit of optimism. So thanks to science, we have things like biocoal being developed. So coal power stations don't really have to be phased out if they have biocoal that are zero emission based and also renewable because they come from farms that are directly situated for that. So it's not all bad news. There's a lot of innovation going on and a lot of ideas coming out. And like I always like to point out, South Africa is also involved and ahead in most areas with that. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. At the back, and then we'll break.
Great. Yeah, just a comment really is tying into the just energy transition and the job creation is the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan. So that caters for a just transition, that caters for structured jobs that are well created, creating a job database, looking at upskilling, bringing manufacturing of wind farm, the wind turbines and the solar panels onshore. So there's a lot that's taking place that I guess needs to be considered in conjunction with the work that's been done here.
Yeah, so I think we need a break. So I'm gonna give us a 15-minute break until 12. But I would say that these are all very good points and really key to the discussion. So if you do have a question, I'll give you a chance when we get back from the break to ask them again. But this point about economic diversification is really important, right? And the example we always use is if we manage to switch every coal job in Mpumalanga to a renewable energy job, right? So there's a one-for-one swap. Unemployment in Mpumalanga will still be 40%. And youth unemployment will still be 60%. It is not enough for us to just be thinking about the energy sector and how we transition the energy sector. We have to be actively focusing on what other employment opportunities are there. Hydrogen's been mentioned, Sarum's been mentioned. We can't do one of those things. We have to do both of those things and 50 more. Right? And so the key question around the strategy we choose as a country is how do we kind of use the potential for green energy and green hydrogen and all of these things to create an industrialized platform that is globally competitive and that creates jobs that are distributed around the country. And we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get back. So we normally take we've scheduled half an hour for tea, but because you are so engaging, the price is that you get 15 minutes for tea, if that's okay. So if we can be back at 12, 12, yeah, and there'll be tea outside and some snacks, and I'm sure you'll have plenty of questions when we come back. We really, really value the engagement, so thank you. It's been a fun session. All right, 15 minutes, everyone. Thank you. and then we'll answer some of the questions that you have been asking about finance and access to finance, and then we will wrap up, bearing in mind that this is the first of a couple of conversations. So if you don't feel that you've had the opportunity to ask all your questions, there will be further opportunities, but you're also welcome to email us anything that you would like to engage on. There were a couple of questions left in the room, particularly online. So I'm going to ask Jürgen just to kind of read us out the online ones.
There were two online. The first was from Tandeka. What opportunities do car power ships offer within the net zero and NDC debates to help South Africa meet its climate and energy targets? And to what extent have these been advanced as a viable solution for the country to explore? That was Tandeka's question. Mark notes, for me, the elephant in the room is policy and government support for a phase out of coal in South Africa. Once the UK government set this target, it phased out coal in less than a decade, though arguably it wasn't a just transition. How far away do you think we are from the South African government supporting a coal phase out by 2040 target? What are the barriers preventing this phase out that the private sector can help overcome?
Okay. All right. The question about gas, I'll sort of take it at a broader level around gas, is quite complicated and potentially quite urgent. So most of the models that we review have some gas in them to support peaking, so to manage the kind of variability of renewables, as I said before. And so how we source that gas is a big question, right? Do we buy it as LPG or LNG, landed at Richards Bay, pipeline it to Gauteng? Do we get it through Maputo? Do we develop our offshore resources? Like, these are really live debates in South Africa. The challenge is that it takes a long time to develop this infrastructure. But it's got to go through all sorts of legal processes. There's construction, there's got to negotiate contracts. So they're not, unfortunately, instant solutions. So the gas cliff that was asked about earlier is this idea that the gas that we already get, that's predominantly supplied through Sasol, is running out. And so now that gas is on-sold by Sasol to a bunch of industrial users in Gauteng and in KZN. And once that gas comes out, those industrial users are in a really tough space. Either they have to switch to another source of fuel, electrify, use a coal-fired boiler. There are issues around getting to the right temperatures. And so some entities will be able to switch, some will not. And the ones that will not is what kind of worries us. And then, of course, there's the electricity supply. Even if you can electrify, will there be electricity? Right, isn't perhaps the bigger question. And so that's what we talk about when we say the gas cliff. Like, what do we do when that gas suddenly runs out? And so there are lots of studies being done and political efforts being made to how can we secure that gas in the quickest, most affordable way, which is a different question to the car power ships. The car power ships are basically offshore power plants that you would plant in park, you say park for ships, I don't know, in a harbor, and it would produce power that you kind of plug into the grid. And when we were at the peak of our load shedding, there was a huge incentive for us to try to find alternate sources of power, and so exploring car power ships was a big option. It's very expensive. It's a very expensive form of power. And so the length of the contract was hotly debated. Should it be 20 years? Should it be 5 years? And generally, the sort of overall reaction was it was kind of not affordable at the contract structures that were being proposed. Is it still an opportunity? Hopefully we wouldn't need it, right? It's an emergency response form of power, and now that we've had some additional investment into the coal-fired power fleet and the EAF is up, there's more room for us. But that room is temporary. And so we need to move quickly in investing in our sort of broad economic energy infrastructure so that we don't need something like gas-fired power from ships. The question about policy and government support is the classic question that we talk about in South Africa. We have excellent policy frameworks, but implementation is the real challenge. Although in South Africa this is complicated by the fact that we have quite mixed policy frameworks, so we get different policy signals from different government departments, and that's quite hard to kind of factor into how we think. But the principle that policy is great, but if we're not implementing, if we're not actually doing things, if we're not actually diversifying the economy, if we're not actually creating jobs, then, you know, what is really our purpose here? So I hear the comment, and it's something we need to be thinking about as we proceed. So you had a question before the break. Do you still want to ask it?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be repeating question. I'm not sure what was the question on.
The previous question was
Yes.
about policy and government support, and then also the role of gas, and in particular gas power ships, car power ships.
All right, let me try it. Mine is along these lines. I think before the break, the gentleman there was talking about a number of innovative solutions actually, that are out there. And I was also coming to that yes, indeed, there are a number of SMMEs who are coming with quite inventive green climate solutions. And I remember from another session we had with TIA, and I think PCC was also there. And the question that was coming was that with all this, SMMEs coming up with these innovative ideas, the issue was on the government uptake. I mean, government policy on supporting those innovative ideas, procuring those innovative ideas. We wouldn't expect, the outsiders actually or other countries to come actually and buy into our innovative climate solutions if our own government actually is not buying in. So the question and the concern was around government support for innovative ideas. What incentives are there for these companies that come up with these innovative ideas, or for any other companies actually, that would procure those services as well from the innovative SMMEs. I was actually talking also with the lady next for me here before the break that I saw something about the LEDs strategy on one of your previous slides, and I was just asking her, to elaborate further on it. In America, they have similar one, which is the LEEDs strategy, especially in the construction sector, where companies, that are going into development that are more green, energy buildings, there are a number of incentives that are put in place. So the different sectors, are motivated and encouraged to implement, all these climate solutions. And there is a policy, in different municipalities, in different states, to ensure that these companies benefit. So the issue around that is, the market demand. How do we create a market demand? Is there a policy, or maybe on the PCC side, is it something that you're also looking into, that all these innovative solutions, there would be, some kind of market demand strategy or whatever policy that is in place to ensure that government comes and supports such?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a comment and a question, and a great comment. When we get to this question about economic diversification and how do we build our economy in such a way that it creates jobs and solves inequality and unemployment, we need to be doing all of these things, right? And it's an all of society reorientation. But we all have to start doing things differently. We have to work out how we raise the capital. We have to create the policy environment that incentivizes smaller businesses. And there's some very, very good work by Saldru at the University of Cape Town that looks at the contribution of the informal economy to different economies around the world. And South Africa is way lower than our peers. Like orders of magnitude lower than our peers. And so the supporting environment for innovation and new technologies and new businesses and even just informal engagement in the economy is a lot weaker than in other countries. So, I mean, I don't have an answer to you, but I'm basically agreeing with you. These are the kinds of things that we have to be able to stimulate alongside the sort of big changes in the economy. So thank you, everybody. What I want to do now is jump into this question about how do we decide whether 10 gigatons or 12 gigatons or 8 gigatons is a reasonable budget, you know? And how do we start to address some of the questions like, sorry, I'm causing havoc with the sound crew because I'm like this and then like this. Sorry, guys. So yeah, the question about which car are we building? You know, it has some biases in it. Like we think we're building a Ferrari, but we actually are building a Toyota. Or we think we're building a VW, we're actually building a Lamborghini. These are the kinds of things that we have to answer. And the only really way we can engage with that is to look at what evidence we have. Does that make sense? And we're not pretending this is all of the evidence. We're just trying to show you the kinds of work we've looked at. And as I was having a chat with some people over the break, our request to you is to send us other stuff that we can read and incorporate and have more perspectives. And also when we start thinking about this, you can't just look at electricity, right? And that discussions come out. You know, we've talked about, well, what kinds of jobs do they create? You know, renewables might create more jobs. What kind of jobs are they? Are they good jobs? Are they bad jobs? How well paid are they? And so you have to look at quite a wide range of areas. And these are the buckets that we've kind of commissioned work in. So we've got people thinking about climate change and the damage of climate change. We're trying to look at things like what happens to wind speed over time. So if wind speed drops as a result of climate change, what does that mean for electricity output? And therefore, do you have to build more renewables, or do you keep coal on for longer? Like, what do you do in those circumstances? And we also think about co-benefits. So we've done quite a little bit of modeling on air quality impacts and water impacts. There's large-scale macroeconomics. What's happening to balance of payments? How are we funding this? At what interest rates? What does this mean for the health of the economy overall? Sector models, how do we think about transport specifically as an example? This point, as I mentioned earlier, is kind of emerging as a super important area of modeling. What's happening at household level? What kind of income are they getting? What kind of skills do you need? So this sort of labor market type of modeling is really important. Obviously, energy is a key part. So energy being 60% plus of our emissions, there's a lot of focus on thinking about energy. Big questions about how do we finance? Where does the money come from? How do we pay back the debt? How do we structure it? All of those kinds of things. And then the big question that people have been asking recently is how do you integrate that level of renewables onto the grid? Right? How do you maintain inertia? How do you balance frequency? All of those kinds of things. And so we've commissioned modeling. So these lighter green blocks are the models that we have been running and looking at to try to help answer some of those questions. The darker green blocks are work that have been done by SA Tide, which is a research program of National Treasury. And then the lighter blue block is a program being run by the National Planning Commission. And all of these kind of give us bits and pieces as we try to build a bigger picture of what we can and shouldn't do. Lots of research. Here's just an example. I mean, there's been a ton of research on particularly power and electricity, but we've tried to kind of read as much as we can find. But I want to highlight a couple of things that, pieces of work that we've commissioned that can help us frame this conversation. And so working with the University of Cape Town with a model they have called SATM-GE, we tried to kind of build these scenarios and model these scenarios. And so we created two worlds. World A, which is where we move faster, and world B, where we move slower. Right? And so you can imagine in world B, where the countries are moving slower, fossil fuel prices are quite stable, our export markets are quite stable, demand for fossil fuels doesn't drop as quickly, right? Cost of capital for technologies is fairly consistent. In a world that moves faster, demand for fossil fuels is dropping, prices for fossil fuels are dropping, and the size of the export markets are dropping. You can imagine a world where the cost of capital for renewable energy is lower than the cost of capital for other forms of sort of carbon emitting technologies. Does that kind of make sense? So we wanted a model like, how does the international community impact what we would do? And then we created a whole bunch of local things, questions we want to ask. What if we had energy efficiency? What if we didn't? What if we had localization, if we implemented SARM? What if we didn't? What if we had high levels of carbon border adjustment mechanisms? So most of you, I'm sure, will be aware of the CBAM. So it's a European law basically putting carbon adjustment tariffs on goods that we export. The EU and the UK have banned the sale of the internal combustion engine post-2035. We export 60% of the vehicles that we make locally to Europe, and so our market falls away. What do you do then, right? So there are these kinds of risks that we can think about in the model, and critically we talked about the carbon budget that you could choose. Are we going to have an unlimited carbon budget? Are we going to constrain it to 10? What about 9, etc.? And then we ran scenarios. Switch things on, we switch things off, we ran it, we saw what we got, we ran it again, and we ran about 40 different scenarios to look at the combination of all of these things across World A and World B. And I'll share the results in a second, but we have a question.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Nell, and I come from Itzahale. It's a development consultancy that focuses on demystifying climate change, particularly in the African context. And my question relates to CBAM. I think if we sort of localize it from a South African standpoint, I'm curious to find out as the PCC, what are some of the indirect impacts that you foresee CBAM having on South Africa's economic growth? And how are we then competing with, importers that are going into Europe with CBAM being sort of in our purview?
So I'm going to give Deepak the opportunity to answer that question when he comes on in a couple of moments, more than a couple of moments, about 20 minutes. But at a very high level, there's lots of things that we have to think about. So CBAM is an opportunity for us to engage on other policy measures in relation to the broader decarbonization journey. It will definitely have a sort of material impact on sectors if we do nothing, but we have a bunch of response options, including the decisions we make about the carbon price that could lower our exposure to things like CBAM. But then there's also the complicated question of how does CBAM differentially affect economies? And so we might find that although our impact is negative, it is more negative on everybody else, and so we're net better off, if that makes sense. And we don't really know the answers to these questions, and we're doing research on it, and so Deepak is leading quite a big project looking at the impact of CBAM and trying to sort of formulate what our advice would be on a response strategy. But it's a hugely complicated question, as they all are. Jürgen, there was a question online.
So we have two questions.
Okay.
One is from Lufuno. It says, the biggest challenge we have is that our innovation ecosystem does not support local content. Moreover, the procurement policies make innovation even more difficult. The PCC and relevant stakeholders would need to ensure that localization and innovation ecosystems are supported to balance imports against exports. At the moment, imports are preferred over local content. And then Abby asks where and how would be the best way to share research or studies with a PCC team that we feel may be of interest.
So Lufuno's comment is well made. The balance of what you import and what you make locally is an important question, and how you stimulate local manufacturing, local industry at all sorts of levels, at large-scale manufacturing down to SMEs and the informal economy are critical things that we have to do. So we hear that comment. If people want to share studies with us, this is an excellent question. We'll drop an email into the chat group, but basically we have an email address called mitigation@climatecommission.org.za. Climate Commission, one word, 2 M's, 2 S's. I had to learn that when I joined the organization. And then we will hopefully have read them already, but if we haven't, we will definitely delve into them. Thanks. Okay, so what did we do with this model? We ran all these scenarios and produced the scariest chart in the slide deck so far, which looks like this. And basically what we've got, each one of these dots, right, is one of those model runs. And we've plotted them against gain in GDP per capita against the carbon budget, right? And there are a couple of things that we can kind of learn from this aggregation. You will note that there is no carbon budget that leads to a growth of greater than 140%, right? Which means that there's no economic gain for a carbon budget bigger than 10 gigatons. Does that make sense? According to the study. And so the 10 gigatons kind of becomes our least, like no regret carbon budget, right? That would be our maximum end, right? A couple of other things to note. As you move to the left, in other words, the smaller the carbon budget, the smaller the economic growth. Right? You'd expect that because you're having to invest in transitioning before the market is ready. So if we think of an example, investing in renewables and peaking support and storage is the cheapest electricity form today, but those of you that want to buy an electric vehicle, you will know that's not the cheapest form of vehicle today, right? And so if we want to make electric vehicles accessible to people, chasing our goal of 750,000 electric vehicles on the road by 2030, it's going to cost the economy something. You're going to have to invest. You're going to have to incentivize. Does that make sense? And so then you would expect there, there's a complicated relationship, but you would expect there to be a slight drop in GDP growth. Okay, so as a kind of principal layer. The third thing that we can learn from this is that all of the models grow the economy, right? So the principle is if we invest in the economy and we try to grow the economy, we'll get economic growth and dividends. And so we're now kind of debating around the differences between them. Okay. The last thing I want to say about this slide is, it's a sort of classic modeling phrasing, is all models are wrong, some of them are useful, right? And the reason for that is you're making all sorts of assumptions that people might not agree with, you know? And so how we talk about those assumptions and how we think about those assumptions are a critical part of the conversation. And the model doesn't deal with everything. So there are things that are not in the model. So how might we then take this framework forward? So I mentioned that there's no economic gain for a carbon budget above 10 gigatons, even if we make it unlimited, right? And so 10 gigatons would be our starting point for how we frame, how we think about economic benefits and the kind of car we want to build. So there's a simplified chart to say, you know, GDP per capita increase over time, and this is the 10 gigaton budget line, right? We roughly, you know, double the size of the economy by 2050. Right? And there are a couple of things here that are not modeled. So what's not modeled is the impacts of CBAM at a greater level. We had some of that in there, but the detail is not modeled. Climate impacts are not modeled. So in a 10 gigaton world, if everybody in the world is taking that same kind of logic, temperature's higher, and you're taking on more negative impacts from climate change. Other externalities like air quality are not modeled. Right? And so we would imagine in that theoretical framing that the model is overestimating the economic gains for a 10 gigaton budget. Does that make sense? And so then if we think about the 9 gigaton budget, there are things in the model that aren't in there. New business opportunities like batteries and mining, vanadium mining, copper mining, developing the battery value chain locally, all the innovation stuff that we've talked about are not in the model. Access to preferential finance. The greater the climate commitments we make, the easier access we have to support and potentially trade deals and other things. And so the upside of the trade changes is also not in the model. So you could hypothesize then that the 9 gigaton budget is underestimating the economic gains. Does that make sense? Now, just a little bit about the economic gains. it looks like a big difference, roughly 10% of GDP in the actual economic model studying that we did. But at the rate of growth that you're getting from investing your economy, what that means is that even if we ignore the things that aren't in the model, the 9 gigaton budget achieves the same economic growth just a few years later. Does that make sense? And so these are the kinds of things that we have to think about. And if you start to look at some of those differences, so we did a big project with Cambridge Econometrics. You have a big trade model looking at sort of 70-odd countries around the world. And they were basically saying that if you factor in the climate damages, right, there's a 5% GDP swing. If you factor in the trade impacts, there's a 6% GDP swing. So already just on those two variables, you have quite a comparable economic gain between a 10 and a 9 gigaton in this kind of theoretical framing, right? There are other studies we could look at and other ways that we could think about this. And then if you look at air quality, the work that we did with the CSIR, just taking 3 sample years, comparing different development scenarios, it could cost as much as $30 billion in air quality impacts, people's health, productivity, economic output. So just another illustration of sort of the downside costs. This model we did with Cambridge, we actually looked at a couple of scenarios. We looked at a scenario where the world goes to net zero or it doesn't, where we go to net zero or we don't, right? So a little 2 by 2. And the economic gains were always better in the scenario where we went for net zero. It's like a no-regret strategy to go for net zero, which again kind of suggests that we go for lower carbon budgets, right? But this is kind of the choice that we have to make. So the evidence that we've seen suggests that a 9 gigaton budget could be more economically optimal, maybe even an 8 gigaton budget, and then that is how we can start to link the economic research and what it's saying about who will gain and who will lose in the context of that carbon budget that we talked about earlier. And so, it looks like 9 gigatons could be a useful anchor, and then the question is, can we do better than that? Which comes back to the issue of justice. Ought we to do better or not? So let's just talk a little bit about the global equity framing, and then we can kind of take some questions. So a couple of people have said, well, what happens if the middle income and least developed countries don't do anything, right? And so if the reduction is only managed by the wealthy countries and everybody else continues to grow, we're still heading for well over 2 degrees. Right? The principle here is everybody has to reduce. No one can increase. Everybody has to reduce, but the pace at which you reduce can differ. And so we can reduce slower than our developed country counterparts, as we've seen in the NDC. We're above that line, right? But here's the big thing. We've talked about carbon budgets at our level, somewhere between 7 and 9 gigatons, maybe 10 gigatons. This is pretty established science on what is available globally. Now remember the risk that you're accumulating. For a 50% chance of staying below 1.5 degrees, we have 275 gigatons of emissions left globally. For 1.7 degrees, we've got 625, and for 2 degrees, we've got 1,150. So they kind of give you the sense. So if we think about equity then, what is our contribution? Someone mentioned that South Africa is roughly between 0.5 and 0.6% of global GDP, and we're about 0.7 to 0.8% of global population. So if we took that as a percentage, if we look at the percentage of the carbon budget to the available global budget, an 8 gigaton carbon budget for South Africa would be 3% of the remaining global budget, 9 would be 3.3, and 10 would be 3.6. So if we set a 9 gigaton budget in our NDC, we are basically saying we think we should deserve 3% of the global share, 4 to 5 times our economic and population contribution, right? Just as a kind of way of thinking about it. If we were to go for a 1.7 degree budget, then we are 1.3%, 1.4%, 1.6%, depending on the budget, right? So we're there, in that case, we're saying, well, we think we should double our share, right? And in a 2-degree world, we're much closer to what we actually contribute, 0.7 to 0.9% of global GDP or population. Does that kind of make sense? Just as a framing. Just to kind of give us a little bit of a shock, that was at the beginning of 2024. So this number is already 235. That's how much we emit. We emit about 40 gigatons a year globally. So that share is getting even smaller, right? This is a different group, climate change tracker. If you give it a 50% chance of staying below 1.5 degrees, they reckon the remaining budget is 200 gigatons, so even less than 235. And if you want a 66% chance, you want to increase your chance of staying below 1.5 degrees, so you've got to reduce your amount of emissions, then you've got 150. Right, so the sobering thing here, just to bring back Mandy's point about you can't delay. The longer you delay, the fewer options you have, right? And then I guess the other point is our chances of staying below 1.5 degrees are very slim indeed. And so from an adaptation perspective, we have to start thinking about what does that mean? Bearing in mind that South Africa warms at twice the global average. So if you have a global average increase of 1.5, we've got 3. Right? And so that's the kind of the urgency of all of this. And part of that urgency is how we advocate and how we take leadership positions in the global space. The other thing to bear in mind is that we are truly an outlier in the sense that South Africa's emissions are very high. So we're different to other developing countries. We're kind of in the sort of top 10 historical emitters, depending on who you talk to. Here's some work done by Carbon, what does the B stand for? Climate, anyway. Sorry, very reputable organization. And they're basically saying that if you look at historical emissions, South Africa is 16th in the world. So we're a huge emitter historically. And if you adjust those emissions for trading, so we've made things that we've sold to other people, if we take those emissions off our budget, we drop to 18th. We're still in the top 20, right? So from an emissions perspective, we are a big emitter, right? But we sit in this context of the highest inequality, unemployment, and poverty in the world. And so how do we trade these things off? What is our fair share, right? We've contributed a lot historically, but we haven't seen the gains from that. Just another, and again, this is a single study just to kind of shock us a little bit. When we think about loss and damage, right, our expectations as South Africa is that we will receive payments from loss and damage. I'm seeing more and more studies that say we will have to pay in because we've caused the damage through our historical emissions. So this was just one study saying we are 1.4 times the amount we should have used, and therefore we should be paying in, right? So the politics of this is quite complicated, and we trade quite heavily on the fact that we have these drastic social conditions, right? And then to make the point that everybody is in the same boat. Every country has to reduce at this kind of speed. And if we don't, we end up with higher temperatures. But to add to that, the way the Paris Agreement is framed leads people to be quite binary. It's either 1.5 or it's 2 degrees. But every 10th of a degree counts. So if we miss 1.5, then we aim for 1.6. If we miss 1.6, we aim for 1.7. We don't default straight away to 2, which would have some quite catastrophic consequences for us. I'm not going to show this section in any detail. I want to give Deepak enough time. But just to, it's in the slide deck that we'll share with you if you haven't got already. But just the other question we get is, well, how are other countries doing, right? Like, it's not fair that we're going to build a Ferrari and everybody else is going to drive a third-hand Toyota Corolla, right? And so This is a really interesting group called Climate Action Tracker. You can go onto their website and you can look at all sorts of different countries and how they're performing. This is South Africa's one. So I made the point that the bottom end of our existing NDC is 1.5 degree compliant, according to Climate Action Tracker, and the top end is 2 degree compliant, right? And they are basically saying, because our top end, which is the one that we are currently on track to achieve, is only 2 degree compliant, our commitment is insufficient. And they're saying we should ratchet up our NDC for 2035 in order to be sufficient. Does that make sense? How's the rest of the world doing? Not well, right? There's nobody that's ranked as 1.5 degree compliant. There are a few countries, typically countries with high forests, that are almost sufficient. And then there's a bunch of countries that are insufficient, including us, but Australia and Brazil and United States and Canada and Europe, all on this spectrum, right? And so how would we expect that to add up? We're missing 1.5 degrees, right? And that's exactly what the global stocktake said, remember? It said 2.1 to 2.9 degrees. So we see the insufficiency of these measures playing out in the temperature increase we're heading towards. And then, just to illustrate, you can download for each country. So I'm going to skip to the end, just to say, like, that's the kind of context and the tough decisions that we have to make. We don't pretend it's easy. I think what's key is we have to have a conversation nationally about what are our priorities, how are we going to invest this carbon budget to maximize socioeconomic outputs, what is the carbon budget that we think is fair. Right? These are the kinds of questions that we need to engage with over the next 6 to 8 months. Okay. Any urgent questions before I give Deepak some time? One at the back here.
Thank you very much. I just, something that caught my attention there with, we tend to talk about industrialization being linked to, our fossil fuel consumption in the past. And you put up a slide there that says we're 16th. Historically. And now the question that bothers me is, if that's the case and you link it like the arguments that people tend to use to say, look, if we get rid of fossil fuels, we are affecting our industrialization. But it seems like the evidence says, if the logic is followed, it will say then we will have the 16th biggest economy in the world. That's the logic. But for some odd reason, that's not the case. So I'm just trying to figure out, so what happened to all that money? Where is that economical activity that made us 16th in terms of, consumption or, and where is the revenue? Did we get exploited in the process? Or what does that translate to? What does that mean?
What a great question. Look, I mean, it is clear that we have not, as a country, been efficient at distributing those benefits to everybody. So I think what we see is that the money that we made, being the 16th biggest emitter, was partially offshored through imperialism and colonialism, and partially it's sitting with the rich. And so you have these high levels of inequality, which we see in our economy. So really my short answer to that very philosophical question that could take us a week. But Deepak, I wonder if you want to add anything? When you come, Deepak will give us his wisdom on that. But yeah, I mean, I think those are the two primary issues. A lot of it was offshored, and a lot of it is unequally distributed. There was a question here.
Thank you, Steve. I think my question is on there was a slide on the adaptation with regard to like a triangle of local credible, your international credible, and as well as your scientifically credible. So my question is that taking into consideration, for example, a slide where you showed that our NDCs as a country, like it shows that we are insufficient. So in trying to balance that triangle, where we say like we need to actually be internationally credible, and scientifically, which means that sometimes we need to align with 1.5, which to our context, it will mean that we have to be ambitious in our NDCs, which is going to cost a lot of money. Have we determined maybe the minimum international credibility that we need to be and the minimum scientific? Because I think the local credibility is going to be a bigger circle that's going to work for us.
Yep.
And then how do we balance it with the as minimum as we can? Have we come up with that minimum credibility that we have to meet, at least as a country? That is one. The second question is on loss and damage. And one of the things is that because of our collapsed infrastructure, are we delaying adaptation strategies, hoping that, we can survive some other physical climate risks so that we can access loss and damage and start our infrastructure from the bottom? Is that the case in terms of us really not making decisions within that window of opportunities? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think on the question of minimal credibility, it's not an easy question to answer. It's a political threshold. But I agree with you that the local credibility will be what counts, right? First of all, because we can't be held accountable to a particular plan because the international community thinks we should be. The whole principle of the Paris Agreement and bottom-up is we decide in our own sovereign interests. Of course, that's a huge debate with massive spectrum on perspectives. What we're hoping to do with the kind of work that we've been sharing with you is to say, well, actually, economically, there are some optimal pathways. And somewhere around 9 gigatons is probably that optimal pathway. And so we will achieve that as an upper end of our NDC. We might choose 10, right, as the upper end. That's what we're going to do no matter what. But we need some support to get lower than that because it's going to cost us something. And so here's what we think we need support in. And if you provide that, we'll get to the lower bound, right, which might be 9 or 8, depending on how we think about this, or 7 if we're very ambitious. But that's the debate we have to have. And so, I don't know what the answer is, but that's what we've got to try to work out. But the exercise that we're doing now over the next 5 months with us and then another couple of months with the FFE is where do we think that should be as a people. On the delaying adaptation strategies, delaying feels like a verb. I don't think we're doing it on purpose. I think we're just not sufficiently aware of the risks. And it's exacerbated by a whole bunch of other things related to local government capacity, access to finance, indebtedness. But I think we need to be much more aware, particularly as it's unlikely we'll stay below 1.5 degrees. So we have to think about what are these climate impacts, how are they going to impact us, and then start to think very carefully about how we solve some of these problems. I mean, at a very simple level, it's fine to have an early warning system, but you've got nowhere to go, right? Or no means of getting there. What can you do? You just wait and get hit by whatever's coming. And so we've got to be able to build the infrastructure that allows people to do something about this increased risk. So I'm dodging your question. We are definitely not investing enough in adaptation strategies is the answer, yeah. Okay, good. The most interesting session and the one you've all been waiting for is Deepak is going to share with us broader thoughts on means of implementation and then answer some of the questions about how do we raise the finance and what do we do in this complicated trade environment and all of these kinds of questions. And he's going to do that in a remarkably short period of time. How much time? I will tell you in a second. I just need to check the agenda, but about an hour.
Hi, everybody. I came here more or less on time, but unfortunately was stuck in a room next door. And when I walked in, I'm glad I walked in before the start of this session, because many of the questions that were asked point to how we need to make decisions as a country on the balance of scientific evidence, but also against the reality of a whole range of things, including what our history looks like, as well as what kind of political economy we choose to be tomorrow? And those are not easy questions. All of those nationally important, domestically determined, triangulated positions is what arriving at an NDC is all about. So an NDC is not a group of people sitting in a dark room and basically flipping a coin or sucking their thumb and coming up with a number or a set of numbers, or in our case, a range. Now that's where I want to start. We, I think, became very creative in our submission of the 2021 NDC by indicating not a pinpoint. Good, thank you, Steve. But in fact, a range. And what that range said, and I'm going to pick up from where Steve left off, is this is the commitment that we make as a country, regardless of whether we get external support or not, as our contribution on a fair share basis to global decarbonization. However, here's another point, the bottom of the range, that if there are certain types of assistance given, in particular from the developed world, this is the ambition we can strive for. Now, between those two lie a lot of unanswered questions. Even at the top of the range, there are a number of critical factors that allow us to successfully achieve that unconditional commitment or not achieve them. And broadly bundled, that is what speaks to means of implementation. Means of implementation, unfortunately, has become a blunt question. How much money and who's going to give us that money? It's not as simple as that. So while I'm going to use the presentation as a guide to the conversation, I'm going to try and reconcile a number of competing as well as complicated issues to lead us to a point of understanding. What is it that we have to do on our own in order to implement our commitment without assistance? What kind of assistance is required to meet the more ambitious part of our NDC commitment? I'm going to shy away from suggesting what the new NDC in 2025 that we have to submit should look like, because that, on a, for want of a better word, reconciled and scientifically informed basis, is what Mandy, as well as Steve and Simpiwe, through the course of their presentation, outlined as the factors at play. When we talk about means of implementation, the first thing, as I said, comes to mind is how much money. Even if all the money was available in the world, we would still not, in my opinion, be ready to achieve our targets. Because that money, given the current architecture, follows a certain set of rules. I'll come back to that. What we also know is that the developed world has, through the Industrial Revolution and through technological innovation and advancement, moved to a point where they have the technology capability as well as the IP related to that technology that allows them to make the kind of decarbonization commitments that they have made and will make. However, the market mechanism for the transfer of that technology as well as that IP remains, within the current paradigm, very difficult to cross borders without costs. And so we need to pause and ask the question, even when we talk about localization, whose value chain, whose supply chain, who's paying for it, at what domestic cost, if it is all going to be imports, and if it is all going to be factored into the cost of programs and projects that finally get implemented. Then in both the domestic as well as the international or regional environment is a very difficult set of questions related to capacity, policy, regulations. And these create the environment in which we have a hope, some hope, no hope, of being able to implement what is on a modeled basis and through theoretical, empirical work possible. And so, as Steve has said, we can model theoretically, we can triangulate, optimize, and come up with various scenarios that tell us, in theory, what is possible. But if there is nobody to take that work and begin to sow it as seeds and then harvest the fruits at some point, it will all be lost. And so this issue of capacity in our country's context is hugely important. And this speaks to capacity of government, all three spheres. It speaks to the capacity of our private sector. Many of you come from there for today's session. But it also speaks in particular to the capacity of our domestic capital and financial markets to not only have the kind of resources available for what I would call investment, deployment, and allocation, but we need to start developing the financial innovation that is required for us to do things differently and more creatively. So how has the world done? And this is a bit of a hard-hitting slide, and I take personal responsibility for the critique. Firstly, we know, and I keep forgetting whether in fact it was in 2009 or 2016, that the commitment for 100 billion was made by the developed world to assist the developing world to make their transition. What we know as a matter of fact is that that 100 billion, on a basis that was calculated and still subject to verification, was only crossed last year. Which means if it was in 2016, it came 8 years later than the commitment was made, and if it was 2009, that's even worse. The summary of this is that the world, the developed world, has not lived up to its commitment for financial assistance to the developing world, for the developing world to take their rightful place in a decarbonization journey. The points around intellectual property and technology transfer I've made already, and we can see the impacts of that. The majority of inputs into our renewable programs, for example, over the last 5 years, we know, is well in excess of 80 to 85% fully imported. Something has to give. If in the course of undertaking this journey, we are to ensure a degree of localization, local manufacturing and industrial capacity build up as we undertake this journey. There is the issue of the loss and damage fund, which got finally agreed to in the UAE at the last COP. And there have been a few more pledges in this COP. However, what we know is that it's completely short of what is required by the developing world, and more particularly, who is it from the developing world that might have access, on what basis, to this loss and damage fund. I do not think that we should rely on a claim for a substantial part of this loss and damage fund, because there are other parts of the world that are considered to be much more at risk from climate change. For example, the island states. For example, the least the least developed countries who need to undertake the development but make a minuscule contribution to carbon in the atmosphere. Finally, on collaboration and partnerships, again, my view, there's been a dismal track record of a world that is sufficiently collaborative in order to meet our collective declared common goals and implement the kind of commitments we know come out of various COP sessions over the years. In the international community, we also know that there are many critics who have indicated that the global financial architecture is unfit for purpose given the scale and pace at which we need to make this transition. And there are a number of initiatives some of them on the sidelines of the multilateral process, now becoming a little more mainstreamed, but nonetheless conversations around what should the global financial architecture look like, around, for example, the Bridgetown Initiative, coming from the Prime Minister of Barbados, makes a suggestion about how the IMF and World Bank balance sheets could be possibly leveraged. And now increasingly all of the multilateral development banks, as well as donor finance institutions or development finance institutions, coming together to begin to address some of the more systemic issues. But we know that this kind of transformative journey is, if not decades long, certainly not less than many, many years long. This litany of failures resulted, in my opinion again, in 2021 at, was it 2021 Glasgow? Yes, COP26 in Glasgow, on the sidelines of the multilateral engagements and negotiations for a set of countries from the developed world and South Africa to reach a political agreement that now is reflected in our JET investment plan. We must remember that this JET investment plan is a statement in 3 sectors to the year 2030 in support of our current NDCs, a statement of what is required for us to meet at least those NDCs, but be more ambitious. And the pledge that was made at that time by the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and the EU, supported in one part as well by the climate investment funds, amounted to a pledge of $8.5 billion. That $8.5 billion will come in various forms. Some of it has flowed, some of it yet to flow, some of it in grants, some of it in deeply concessional tranches, some of it concessional, and then an assumption around, through leverage, what can be raised from commercial markets. However, our JET IP for these 3 sectors to 2027 indicate that what we need is $98 billion. And so there's a gap. And it raises a set of questions. Where is the other 90 or so billion rands going to come from? And no one has an answer to that question yet. I've largely covered this. South Africa is pretty unique in the sense that we started advocating for all transitions to be just, and in particular our own, to have a principal commitment to justice embedded in the transition, and that is reflected by our Just Transition Framework. At COP26 in Glasgow, as I said, it laid the basis for what we now have is a Just Energy Transition Implementation Plan, also endorsed by Cabinet, as a statement of direction with respect to the electricity sector, with respect to electric vehicles or new energy vehicles, and then some indication as well as commitment to developing and stimulating the potential for a green hydrogen economy. In the SONA this year, as a result of seeing the kind of climate impacts that are still to come, as well as the kind of experiences that we had in the Eastern Cape with drought, and more damning and visible, or more damaging and visible, catastrophic actually, the kind of floods that we've seen relentlessly and in quick succession on the Eastern Seaboard, and in particular KwaZulu-Natal and eThekwini. To answer a question, do we wait for adaptation? The answer is we don't have a choice but to respond to the events of climate impact that get felt now. And I think the President understood that we were not very well prepared for what we experienced, in particular in eThekwini. And for that reason, as well as understanding that we needed to start preparing both our society and the economy for the climate change that is coming and its disastrous impacts in the future, he indicated that we're in the process, or he committed to a climate change response fund. And we see the climate change response fund, which we're working on now with a view to making recommendations, as a precursor and something that will lead to a just adaptation and resilience investment plan. So what we have in the JET IP is largely a mitigation driven, but nonetheless just in those sectors. And what we now need as a country is to develop a sense for what adaptation and resilience in the face of actual climate change, because that process has commenced already, is going to require by way of investments. A number of people have estimated on various assumptions, including carbon budget, as well as certain sectors that are quite crucial and key to achieving both our mitigation and adaptation and resilience outcomes. And this is just to give you a sense of the kind of numbers that we're looking at that are required for investment and therefore funding, in some cases to 2030, and some have even gone to 2050. But they've all made their own assumptions. And we need to reconcile these with a view to working out exactly what mitigation, adaptation, and resilience is likely to require by way of funding and investment, leave alone where the source of that is going to be between now and 2030. In our NDCs, we need to get a clearer picture, because it'll be an NDC to 2035. What would be the requirements, under what carbon budget conditions, affecting which industries for 2035 as an investment horizon? This seems basic, but this is the current paradigm that exists. And therefore, while we might want to criticize it, which some of our stakeholder partners do, this is the reality of how finances flow today. And whatever structures and technology, financial innovation we come up with needs to be seen in this context while we wait for whatever the outcome is of those processes that seek to fundamentally transform and reform the international financial architecture. That process, as I said, is going to be, in my opinion, many, many years long, but we don't have those years to wait. And so the key question is, what can we do now within the current financial architecture and within the current existing paradigm of how capital allocative decisions are taken? We know, without putting government at the center necessarily of the picture, that from a fiscal point of view, government receives its revenues by way of, let's just say, import duties, customs excise duties, direct revenues in the form of tax from corporates as well as households, which is then spent through the budget. We also know, whether we like the mix of spending that government engages in, or we don't like that what has resulted is in fact a government deficit. And we also know that in the South African context, we can respond to that by ensuring fiscal discipline, and some would call that austerity, or fiscal expansion, and depending on who you are and what your economic perspective is, you could say, government, you are not bound to a deficit ceiling. Please spend your way into the transition. Now the reality, and we heard that repeated at the medium-term budget statement just a few weeks ago, is that government has set a policy with respect to fiscal prudence. And I don't think we in this room or any of our contrarian stakeholder partners in the short term can change that. And so what we're dealing with is a situation of fiscal constraint, which limits the amount of money from public resources that can be utilized. Having said that, we need to continue to advocate that government spending needs to be increasingly in the direction of investment rather than consumption. And that investment can take a multiple formats. By way of example, it can take the form of incentives to certain industries. Another, by way of example, is that it could decide that in order to crowd in private financing, for example, for the grid, it will utilize limited amounts of capacity, either through guarantees or through some other means, to be able to use limited public funds to scale up investment in infrastructure. What we also know is that some of that infrastructure can be project financed, which means that we are able to ring fence those and ensure that revenue streams associated with those projects make those projects feasible. However, when we deal with social infrastructure, adaptation programs and resilience programs, our intuitive feeling is that it's going to require a slightly higher degree of either de-risking or money contributions from the public sector. And therefore, we need to be extremely creative for social infrastructure as well as adaptation and resilience programs in the way in which we package those projects and those programs. I'm not going to dwell on this slide too much, safe to say that in the ecosystem, if we take a project or program approach to the generation of feasible ideas, that is in the bottom right-hand corner, where either private, public, or even communities can begin a process of conceptualizing projects within the existing framework, find a way of packaging, sponsoring, or promoting those projects so that at least the providers of finance can begin to get a view on it. And it is on that basis that the JET IPPMU has now established its funding platform, where for the limited amounts of grants that are available as part of the JET-P package, they are setting themselves up with a database as well as, for transparency, a means by which project proposals can be matched with the providers of those grants. However, for big infrastructure programs, we have to become much more creative in the way in which we engage in public sector participation, public-private partnerships, and government itself needs to create the policy and regulatory framework within which those are firstly allowed to be conceptualized and proposed, and secondly, hopefully packaged, developed into viable projects where we understand what the gap is, close that gap either through de-risking by the government or some other means, and then ensure that we've created the conditions where the private sector, through their allocative paradigm and mechanisms, can become part of that. We thought it would be useful, rather than just cry out for more grants or complain about how not so concessional the concessional finance that is being offered is, to do a quick analysis based on risk and the stage of an idea or a project development, and look at, in the context of limited access to funding, what would some of these technologies, financial technologies, or financial categories be that could potentially be of benefit? In the bottom left, we see where the level of risk is relatively higher. The kinds of resources that need to be deployed would be grant, venture capital, as well as sweat equity. Sweat equity speaks to startups, it speaks to SMMEs, it speaks to the entrepreneurs in society who hopefully, through their innovation, sweat, can appeal to the broader financial ecosystem to co-invest with them. Now we know that that area, particularly where we deal with private equity, is not very well developed in South Africa. So one of the key issues that we need to be dealing with is how we leverage scarce grants as well as venture capital intent and funding that might be available to begin to scale up in a creative and innovative way the kind of activity we want to see through the transition by all actors in the economy. And then as we move towards less risky areas, and less risky could be at the very inception of a project, but more particularly it might be once a project has passed through its own risk profile period, we can begin to access other forms of financing. And I'm not going to read through all of those, but those are reasonably well understood, developed, and under the right conditions available. There are certain areas that are going to be difficult, and as the PCC, we have awareness of this. So for example, just transition projects by their very nature, either small in scale or very low and negatively returning in their IRR profile, but absolutely essential if we are going to ensure that just transition is part of this journey. It is also important that as we leave the larger revenue generative projects to the private sector to finance, conceptualize, develop, finance, and potentially approach other parties for de-risking, these are projects which, if we do not engage actively to develop and to define, will end up leaving people behind. And we all know that this journey over many decades is only as sustainable, to your point, as the domestic environment, all of it, all of society buys into it. It's also absolutely critical because these are some of the lessons we have learned out of the Komati experience, where if you narrowly conceptualize the closure and decommissioning of a power station, for example, without taking into account what society, the community, women, young people are left with when that power station or a coal mine closes, we are in fact not only leaving people behind, but we are exacerbating the already very difficult inequality and poverty that we have. And so in terms of a just transition financing mechanism, we're doing work to look at what the ecosystem looks like. What are these projects that we're talking about? How do we package them? How do we find the different tranches of capital based on risk and availability to be able to make them, for want of a better word, viable? And it is on that basis that grants, currently used largely for technical assistance, need to be explored as part of the mix of a blend of financing. Because as technical assistance, firstly, it's an imposition, usually, by an external donor country to utilize, according to their formula, their people. But if we start moving in the direction of these grants being utilized to close the investment return gap, to give us first loss tranches in a stack of financing, to take innovative approaches to guaranteeing, for example, for a period of time, the revenue streams as well as loss that commercial investors might consider possible given their risk analysis. I think we will ensure on a small scale, but nonetheless very importantly, we find answers within the current paradigm and in the current system to be able to do things which won't come naturally to commercial lenders. This is quite interesting because we did a study on climate finance flows in 2019, 20, and 21, released the report late last year. We'll repeat that exercise for 21, 22, and 23, 22, 3, and 4, and release that report towards the end of next year, which gives us a rolling snapshot or a rolling picture of what climate finance actually flows through the South African system that is driven by climate outcomes. And here we see, just to take a few of, just a few of the insights. Firstly, there is a fairly steady increase in climate finance by quantum in 19, 20, and 21, which is a good sign. But what we have analyzed is that it's insufficient and not fast enough. And so while the trend is good, it's just not good enough. Secondly, as we, I suppose, intuitively would expect, the bulk of that, 92% or 88%, sorry, has flown towards mitigation, and within mitigation, in large part, towards renewable energy projects and programs. That is also not unexpected, given that the presidency in this period announced the relaxation of embedded generation caps. But what we are seeing, while insufficient, is that adaptation and resilience in the form of agriculture, water projects, and something we call dual use, is in fact on the rise, but insufficiently, to the point that someone made about what are we doing to make sure that investments flow towards adaptation and resilience. And what this points to is a need to start finding creative ways of not equalizing, but certainly increasing the proportion of adaptation and resilience as part of the overall mix. But the final interesting point is that 92% of these flows have come from the domestic capital and financial markets. So when we talk about international assistance, let us understand that in the reality of what is flowing, we are already, as a proportion, relatively self-sufficient. And that relative self-sufficiency speaks to our, let's just say, endowment of a strong capital and financial sector in South Africa. But secondly, while our savings rate might not be as high as we want it to be, it does speak to a savings base in South Africa that needs to be leveraged. And one of the studies that we will do this year, or in the coming year, arising out of this, is something that Steve also put up in one of his slides. And that is taking a holistic, aligned, and potentially integrated view of what South Africa's sum of balance sheets across our capital and financial markets look like, both public and private, and look at where the gaps exist that at this point in time provide or cause a barrier to actual frictionless movement from one balance sheet to the other. Now, this is technical jargon for the following. We have found that a large part of the climate finance that flowed in the form of debt instruments, which intuitively tells us that it was financed in large part by commercial banks and by institutions that lend. Our own analysis as well shows that a large part of these exposures still sit on the commercial banks' balance sheets. What they should be doing is finding a way of packaging these shorter-term debt instruments into different innovative asset classes that can then be invested in by the life asset management as well as the longer-term investment sector. And that is not happening as a natural dynamic in our industry, in our domestic capital and financial markets, and we need to be able to stimulate that in order to free up that same shorter-term debt and therefore slightly higher risk appetite capacity by commercial banks and process that through what we would call a virtuous velocity through the capital and financial markets. While the means of implementation, capacity, institutional capability are all absolutely essential, as well as the ability to develop projects, if we don't do an analysis of means of implementation and embed that in the process of developing a view on what our NDCs should look like, then we run the risk of the NDCs being a theoretically modeled output with very little relationship to the feasibility of achieving it. And so we want to ensure that climate finance methodologies get used to improve the next NDC recommendation that we make to ensure that firstly, just transition elements are effectively catered for, to introduce the notion of adaptation and resilience needs going forward, as well as to ensure that the climate finance issues, which include cost of capital, lowest cost set of options within the pathways that we choose, get embedded in the next iteration of the NDC. We also, as I indicated, want to ensure that climate finance tracking occurs on a regular basis through the South African system, giving us one more lens through which we can evaluate the extent to which, from a climate finance point of view, we are hopefully achieving the kind of flows that are required to be able to achieve our NDC targets. In terms of the low carbon sectors that are currently attracting climate finance, as I have also already indicated, are clean energy, largely renewable, low carbon transport. Some of that is beginning to show and hopefully will point to increasing flows towards the next sector after electricity that is going to be critical to our decarbonization journey, and that is mobility, which includes passenger, freight, and logistics. Water systems, we know that there's a brewing catastrophe in our water services environment, largely at the municipal level, and we need to find creative ways of ensuring that we get adequate amounts of investment in order to not only maintain and repair, but also make more resilient the local water supply. And we are seeing green shoots as it relates to circular economy as well as sustainable agriculture. I'm not going to go through the last block there, but essentially we need to ensure that we have an enabling environment which includes policy regulation as well as innovation in the blended use of public and private finance for a number of sectors which are going to be critical if we are to meet our NDC objectives. I've covered a lot of this. It's a summary of what we found in our study of climate finance flows in the report that are attributable to adaptation and resilience, but essentially not enough. Increase from the previous period. We need to find ways, creative ways, of stimulating and enabling the flow of finance towards adaptation and resilience. Oh, last slide, I think, Steve. This is how we enunciated the input into the previous NDC and estimated what the costs of various parts of our just transition would be. That, while driven in some part by empirical analysis, needs to be perfected or improved. And the points that I made earlier, we will ensure that the next iteration of the NDC has a much more compelling, as well as hopefully qualitatively and quantitatively reliable estimate of what the costs are going to be, particularly for the years to 2035. That's it. Thank you. I saw some quizzical looks, so I'm sure I'm going to get shot down for some stuff that I've said.
So we've got two questions here and one online.
Okay.
Thank you, Deepak. I have a question around, you mentioned with commercial banks and the debt, and the short-term debt, that a better way to treat that might be to create a particular asset class for investment. Could you elaborate a little bit on that and give an example?
So, thank you. It's a complicated question. It'll be a complicated answer. So at this point in time, our domestic capital and financial markets, as you know, banks, other providers of bond and debt finance, which are not commercial banks, And then, of course, we have pension funds whose funds are largely, let's just say, allocated and invested through asset managers. We've been engaging with those industries. And what we're finding is that while some asset managers, and I'm not going to mention anyone in particular by name that we've engaged with, is already thinking creatively, particularly for their fixed income portfolios, about how to take on some of the already invested renewable energy projects from REAP rounds 1 to 3, for example, into their investment portfolio. In order to do that, they can't always take on the debt. They can syndicate, those are options. But what we're arguing is that banks as well as asset managers need to start introducing innovation that over a period of time repackages, either by project or portfolio of projects, a set of instruments that allows asset managers, given their investment mandate, and then of course mandated in turn by pension fund trustees, to be able to develop new asset class portfolios on a growing basis within those portfolios. Banks are a bit reluctant given how rich the returns in those early REAP exposures are, but we need to find a way where those banks, either for a slight discount, either by way of slight discounting or by way of certain fees, actually pass that on to the longer term investment sector. And in that process, within their own Basel constraints, have new capacity which they can on risk lend into the transition requirements over the next few years. We can take this offline if you wish, but someone called Mark Swilling, who got very interested in this issue, is currently leading early work in a project that seeks to look at who has what trustee and fiduciary obligations on the one hand, who has appetite for certain new asset classes on the other hand, and what is the gap between creating those asset classes out of current exposures so that bank balance sheets can be freed up for new risk investments going forward. Sorry, that's in a bit of a nutshell. And I think by early next year, we'll be releasing a discussion paper on this issue. The lighter blue chart that was on that box. Steve, finish your sentence. No, take this.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you remember that chart of all the research bubbles, that light blue dot that was being run by NPC, National Planning Commission, that's the study that Deepak's talking about. So it wasn't a huge value add.
Two things. First of all, if it took 8 years for developed countries to pay up the pledges to developing countries, or they're still paying that, one of the things we should be very worried about is how do we ensure that whatever commitment we get from our new NDC estimates are actually carried out, because people can make pledges and not follow up. And if we're going 10 years without the funding, then what use is it that we change our NDC targets or that we go out and present what we want, because we're wasting taxpayers' money for nothing. So that's the first point. The second point is South Africa is, when thinking about fundraising and thinking about economic development, we really have to utilize our strategic advantage. And South Africa it's at a very strategic position. We're a gateway to Africa, we're a gateway to the West, we're a gateway to the East, we're in the center. We have good relationships with the BRICS and also with the West. And historically, we have, whether cultural or colonial relationships with Europe, and we have to exploit all of those. And it's already been exploited in the financial sector. There's a lot of satellite offices for international investment institutions headquartered in South Africa. They're Africa, divisions headquartered in South Africa, and through their access to the continent, we should think about giving them incentives. And particularly one incentive I'm thinking about is tax breaks. We can say a portion of the taxes you pay on, your capital gains can be put into risk investment down. From an asset manager perspective, if you pay taxes, you lose that money, to say. But if you put it in more risk investment, there's a potential that you actually earn returns on that. And remember, the returns you earn, the more risky the investment, the higher the returns you get on investments. So I think we should be thinking around that. There's a lot of discussion following from the principles from responsible initiatives. There's a lot of South African financial institutions that already signed on to that. So they are keen to take it to that perspective. I really think the PPC and your financial arm should engage with them. Now, in terms of creating a different financial engineering and creating a different financial instrument to sell off the debt on private banks, one way to also look at it is we can sell internationally, because we need to, yes, pension funds can invest in it because they're long-term investors, but also remember we have economic uncertainties and we may need as much liquid capital as possible. South Africa has a lot of problems we need to tackle, and climate is not just one of that. We can look at countries which have abundant liquid resources, Middle East, Europe or Western world. That's also one way we can look at it, right? And I think they will have more appetite for that, especially looking at, not a good example, the appetite they had for CDOs. I think that's a very fairly good strategy to go with.
Sorry, what was the last point?
Repackaging those debts and then selling to an international market as opposed to selling to local markets. I think they will have more appetite and more capital ready for that. Then we can use our local capital to address the other challenges we face in the country.
I think that were more comments than questions. All of them well taken. On the first one, I would like to respond to. And that is why I think we're adopting a view to our NDCs, and I think we'll continue that tradition of a range rather than a simple single dot. And what the range says is that on the upper end of the range, on this reconciled basis, as a country, as all the stakeholders, all of country, our political economy makes a commitment to this extent of decarbonization without any assistance. And if we don't meet that, then the issues related to raising the finances to meet that are our challenge. If we don't meet that, we have to also answer on a self-critical basis, whether in the other means of implementation categories, whether that be risk appetite, whether that be availability of financial instruments, whether that be depth and capacity of domestic capital and financial markets, whether that be a critical factor, the capacity and strength of municipalities. Those are all our problems. And we can't hold an external set of parties responsible for that. And so that feeds into then the upper end of the commitment that we make on an eyes wide open basis. The points that you're raising around how you stimulate and ensure the assistance that has been pledged is reflected in the bottom end of that range. I have no doubt that there will be debates around whether enough assistance has been given, and therefore why haven't you met your commitments at the bottom of the range. We can have that debate with, in this case, the providers of finance as well as technology and other things. But I do think it's important to ensure that we also, based on modeling, based on an understanding that we need to make a global commitment, make a minimum commitment for reductions that we solely ourselves within our borders take responsibility for. There was the earlier question on CBAM. I'm not sure whether I should address that, but it also speaks to some of the points that you've raised. While there are historical relationships with certain partners, either by way of imperialism or colonialism on the one hand, or by way of them currently being our trading partners, the reality is that we've now entered a phase which is a bit troubling of unilateral decisioning outside of the multilateral framework in the name of climate response that has unintended and chaotic consequences. And here we're talking about the EU's CBAM already implemented, not yet implemented, but for a period of trial. The UK's stated commitment to bringing about its own CBAM. And what's often left out is the United States Inflation Reduction Act, which is a similar animal, just differently packaged. And we have to locate then, as an economy that has a great reliance on our export competitiveness as a means of generating the kind of economic activity we want to generate in the country, we have to locate strategically. And the country has taken a formal position that it is in fact going to protest as well as have laid a complaint at the WTO against the EU CBAM, and that's the official country position. As the PCC, being part of the country, I suppose we concur, at least in the short term, with that approach. But the work that we want to do, and we have commenced now, is to, on a much more informed basis, look at what our own response to those CBAMs should be, mindful of what trade dynamics look like, and to the extent that we can, in a way, predict, which is very difficult, which other countries are going to inject a carbon price into their local economies and set up barriers at their border. What options does that leave us with? Because in the mix, you can't ignore the fact that we also have a carbon tax. And whether that carbon tax has a relationship to CBAM and our response to it is a question that we need to analyze very carefully, because again, in doing things without thought, there could be unintended consequences.
Very patiently, so if I can just invite her to unmute, and then hopefully we'll hear a question.
Thanks, Deepak. Can I come in?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to provide inputs and for your presentation. I think I wanted to raise the points that was raised earlier in the conversation, looking at your presentation regarding in light of the fact that developed nations have not fully honored their financial commitments towards the in light of the fact that developed nations have not fully honored their financial commitments to support the transitions of developing countries. So how can South Africa and other developing nations trust in future commitments that may significantly impact their ability to grow and industrialize? And then in secondly, what mechanisms have been or will be established to hold developed nations accountable for the financial promises they make following the commitments that we will be submitting for the NDCs, including those of CARB? And I think my closing question, given the answer that you provided earlier, is that what are the possibilities of developing more robust legal frameworks that will obligate developed nations to meet specific financial targets? These could include things such as climate litigation or financial penalties for non-compliance. So what are the possibilities that these could be something that could be thought about in the process of having these engagements? Thank you.
I can have a go at that. I mean, the huge challenge embedded in the question is, do we structure our activity for the world that is or the world that we'd like it to be? And the world that is unfortunately moving in the opposite direction. So I think Deepak made a very important point that the UNFCCC is a very important institution because it is a multilateral institution and it protects the voices of the small countries. Right? If we were in a world that was completely bilateral, China, the US, and the EU would set the rules, maybe India, right? And we would be rule takers. And so what the UN provides is a space for us to interact as an equal in those kinds of decision making. And so that's kind of what the purpose of the UNFCCC and the COPs is. In Donald Trump's first term, he withdrew from the Paris Agreement. He tried to undermine the funding of the UN, and so we had a shift away from those multilateral spaces. And so we may have that again, we don't know. Some people think it might be slightly different this time around, for better or for worse. And so that's the space we're in. And so I think what we need to be thinking about is what is our best strategy in that context? How do we account for the variability? But I don't think we can assume. I think the trend is in the opposite direction. We're going to get less grant than we would like. We're going to get less concessional debt than we would like. There are going to be no international legal consequences for people not complying with their various commitments. And that then will influence the kinds of plans that we need to make. And so, you know, as much as we dislike it, that's kind of the space that we're in.
I would just, can we get this mic? Thank you. I would just add that I keep harping on this range in our NDC input, and I think we have to understand that we are part of the global community, and that whether it's climate change or the economic impact of CBAMs, we as a country need to find our location on a competitive and sustainable basis within that environment. And one of the modeled scenario slides that Steve put up indicated that all of it is showing that we can find an optimized pathway where we make our fair share contribution to decarbonization, while at the same time ensure that our own socioeconomic development process is at the heart of those choices. And so I think we're moving into a world that is already geopolitically complex. It becomes very difficult to understand what the strength and obligation to comply with statements out of the multilateral framework really are. I don't think there's anyone to actually police it. The NDCs themselves are voluntary by nature, and it relies on the 156 countries or so that are signatories to the Paris Accord, and there are some that are not. And so a short answer is, on this model basis, as the PCC, we're saying that there's a no-regret pathway that also at its heart has a decarbonization intent, while we look after the competitiveness, growth, as well as eradication of inequality as we undertake the just transition. And I think we must be focused on that which is certain for us and leave room open to be pleasantly surprised should someone decide that they're going to assist us to be more ambitious than the ambition we ourselves commit to.
Two more questions in the room, one there. One more question in the room. Great, go ahead. Okay, two.
Thank you very much. That was a very insightful presentation. I just have a few questions. I mean, if we stick to the bottom of the range that you keep mentioning, and the question is, a lot of these projects that we talk about, you know, being undertaken by big corporates, for example, and a lot of them are project financed, sitting, as you said, on the bank's balance sheets. And we're looking to, you know, kind of syndicate funding from the market. And I'm hearing you talk about the banks, and you're talking about pension funds, for example. Now, my question is, you know, if we're going to be moving in this trajectory, we need to, you know, include more SMMEs in the space and ensure they also participate in the transition. How do we ensure that they then get access to this type of funding? How do we move the level, you know, the needle a bit lower than just pension funds? How do we, for example, ensure that consumers who have additional spending in their pockets participate in buying into these projects and ensuring that you know, green energy transition is at top of mind even for consumer? Because those are, I'm convinced that if we get consumer more participating, and the government creates infrastructure for consumer who have additional spending to participate in this kind of infrastructure, how do we ensure that that takes place?
Thanks. I think let's take the 4 questions because I think there are follow-on questions as well. So your question and then you.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for your presentation. I think one of the things that I wanted to understand that while we use, for example, our integrated assessment models, and we are very clear in terms of the one on temperature, like your RCP, as well as for your social, your SSP, is there, and we do have financial model, whether it's economic model, or for example, your cost benefit analysis, those are in the, is there a standardized one where, for example, it can match up to the level of the SSP, or what way there are those financial scenarios that will enable us? I think as business, as much as we want to balance people, profit, and planet, the profit part is still important for business. We need to understand, is there, for example, scenarios in terms of financial, are there financial people that can help in terms of that to actually understand and quantify some of this physical climate risk into the future, but in financial terms? Thank you.
Thanks. Last 2 questions, is that okay?
So mine is actually a point. Going into how do we allow more households to participate in climate finance and reap the rewards that come from these investments? There is a new, it's not really relatively new, but either way, tokenization. So we can tokenize funds now and sell tokens to, let's say, households. So instead of the traditional fund, you have high net worth individuals, you have institutional investors, and then they write checks and they put in probably 10 million or more. There's often a target to buy in, as we know. And then you invest for a period of 10 years or 20 years, depending. But with tokenization, someone can invest from as little as, let's say, 500 Rand, 1,000 Rand. But when you aggregate that, you have, let's say, for example, 5,000 people putting in 1,000 Rand, you know. If we do the maths, we're looking at 5 million Rand or so, right? So probably more. Then we go into the market and we invest in these projects. So there is those models we can use around that blockchain tokenization. Now coming into SME, although we like to include SMEs, yes, they are the engine of job creation in the economy. We also have to be cognizant of the fact that one, the sectors we're talking about are still relatively new. They are very risky. There's a lot of uncertainty around the technology readiness. Insurance cannot insure it because there is lack of historical data. And there's also, it's basically a try and error, how would I say, it's different, it's still at the trying stage. Those SMEs may not really have the capacity to take those risks, and a lot will fail, especially in South Africa, where SMEs has a long history of failing. So although we want to include it, we have to find a way to mitigate that risk, or not even go that route. For example, a big corporation in South Africa invested about R1 billion in developing a green hydrogen project. They had to write off that project because there was no off-taker for that project. That's the risk of going into these technologies, and we have to understand that to be able to, if we're thinking about including small and medium enterprises. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think mine is more of a comment. I want to speak mainly to the point of collaboration for the transition to be just. I think you spoke about the Komati project, right? And what we learned there was a lot of mistakes that took place within that project. One, the community was not involved at the early stage. So they were involved post the decommissioning of the power station. So going forward, I mean, as organized business in Mpumalanga, we have various platforms that we've created as the Business Chamber of Commerce. We have the JET conference that we have that can involve all the community and the surrounding areas. We are looking now particular at the decommissioning of Hendrina power station. So we are basically availing ourselves and saying we're available. We want to be involved at an early stage, and we want to participate so that we avoid the past the failures of the past, and where people are not involved, and then at the end of the day we do not meet our objective, because then the transition is not just we are here. We also have done some desktop studies in terms of the conversion of the power station, and we are here to present some of these key findings. And then we are saying that even if we do appoint an external
service provider, but we just want to say we want to be involved because we are engaging with the communities on a daily basis, and business is available to support those structures in conjunction with the PCC. Thank you.
Thank you. That last offer we will certainly take up. As you know, Mpumalanga also has a green cluster agency, which then feeds into some of the SMME conversation I want to have in addressing at least two people's points. The role of business, existing business, medium and corporate business in Mpumalanga is going to be absolutely key to creating the ecosystem that ensures that when power stations close and get decommissioned, we don't leave an economic vacuum behind. And if there's one lesson from Komati, we can say the community was not engaged early on, but I think rather than simply blame Eskom, which as you can imagine only has jurisdiction over the power station precinct, what we found was that they needed actually to be engaged in the conversation with stakeholders, local government, as well as community in identifying how to mitigate against the negative impact of their power station being closed. And what you'll also know from the Komati report is that we are alerting the same should not happen when it comes to Hendrina, Camden, and Grootvlei, which are the next that are scheduled for closure and decommissioning. The second thing that Eskom has introduced into that program is repurposing and repowering, which while the megawatts won't be equal to the large units that the coal-fired boilers allowed, there's at least some semblance of ongoing economic activity. And what do the value chains look like that ensure two things? Community, in particular women and young people, are given an opportunity, whether it's land rehabilitation, alternative utilization as an asset of that land, or whether it is some of the jobs, as well as SMME stimulation in the new value chains. I think these are all within the frame of what we're looking at. When it comes to SMMEs, we have various policy commitments from government through various departments, through the National Empowerment Fund, etc. I think the key challenge is going to be to harmonize all of these and come up with a strategy that talks about, in a practical way, what is the role of existing SMMEs that need to be helped to transition away from the coal value chain because they exist, on the one hand, so the survival of existing SMMEs who are currently dependent on the fossil fuel value chain, versus the innovation entrepreneurship that needs to be stimulated for SMME involvement at the right scale, in the right place, in the emerging value chains. And here I think the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan also gives us a roadmap as to what that renewable energy journey looks like. And we must make sure that within that, it is not just global project developers, global sponsors, and global suppliers of technology, as well as, let's just say, inputs into those projects. We need to find a way of ensuring that we utilize that with the right level of de-risking and availing of capital, but more importantly, stimulating and supporting the SMME development in those value chains. If you develop outside of those value chains, I'm afraid you're sitting in the desert with no support mechanism and therefore irrelevance to the transition. There are some creative projects not yet scaled up enough. For example, the Green SMME Challenge run in Mpumalanga, now by the Green Cluster Agency, which invites proposals from innovative entrepreneurs who are already in existence to pitch for one or other kind of assistance. And that assistance could be in the form of guidance and technical assistance. It could be prizes that allow, cash prizes that allow innovation to take place as you transit, etc. And then your points, once again, I think they're more points than needing a response, but all of them well taken.
And then just on the question about, is there one standardized model? There isn't.
Sorry, that was a higher grade question, so I've just left it to Steve.
Yeah, so there isn't. And I'm not sure that we want one, because in any model is reflecting the assumptions and the perspectives of the people using it. And so you want different types of models, different approaches, different research questions, and we use those as an input into how we make decisions, bearing in mind this thing in the background that all models are wrong. But what we're trying to do in that one picture we showed you is let's at least start getting some alignment between the models so that they talk to each other, that we can ask more detailed questions, and we'll develop that over time. But at this stage, it's the same with the kind of reporting standards and the M&E standards. Unfortunately, you have to take your pick. There's no way to standardize them.
And because I'm the kind of person who likes to keep it simple, I'm going to leave the last word out. In one of our projects, looking at potential pathways for the energy sector, while we're developing a sense of what is possible to decarbonize at the lowest cost, given assumptions around what the capital cost would be for various technologies, we are quite insistent on introducing into those boundary conditions a socioeconomic analysis of impact, so that it is not only driven by a sterile lowest cost of capital, but in fact on a reconciled basis that also attempts to take into account the socioeconomic impacts of those choices. Sorry, that's my standard grade answer to part of your question.
So I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut it off now. I know that there are lots of questions, and we will hang around over lunch, so we welcome you to have lunch with us and ask us your follow-up questions. Thank you, Deepak. Yeah, so kind of quickly to wrap up, the NDC is a very important document because it is kind of articulating our goals for the economy, right? Both from an adaptation, mitigation, and means of implementation perspective. And therefore, we need to engage with it. And so a lot of what we're trying to do here is give you the access to the research and the tools that help us engage. And so these presentations will be made available online. The recording of all of the events are going to be made available online, probably during the week, next week. If you can stand to listen to us for another minute, you can listen to us again. So that is part of the process. And then, as I said, we will have much more consultative-driven conversations. So this was really, we acknowledge this was us just throwing a huge amount of information at you, but we will have much more consultative discussions probably in February next year, and then we'll make recommendations. And we hope to have sort of around March, April, a colloquium where we bring all the stakeholders together. So we'll sit business, labor, government, civil society, youth all together in one space and kind of try to flesh out some of the differences and alignment that we have. So that's the process, and then of course DFFE have the onerous task of trying to put this all together into an actual NDC. Ours will merely be recommendations to them. So to thank you again for your participation. It was a really great conversation, and I could tell it could go on for another hour. But yeah, thank you for your participation. Thank you for questions, your discussions. We've been taking notes, so there are already some observations for what we can include in our recommendations emerging out of this discussion. So thank you again, and hope that you have a wonderful rest of the day, and please do stay and have some lunch with us. Thank you.